It is day 5 of the penalty phase of the trial of Nikolas Cruz, convicted Parkland shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with David Weinstein, our legal analyst. It's been a week of very powerful testimony. Some people who were in the school, teachers. Yesterday, we heard about how Cruz tried to evade capture. Now let's see what happens today. Let's take a listen.
Your Honor, just two real quick matters.
Sure.
I'd like you, if you would please reconsider giving us another.
We did, I think. Didn't we give the state another headset?
And I'm not just speaking for me, I'm speaking for the defense.
And we'll give the defense another one too. I might just take over that one. Is it okay if I give them yours and then the clerks? Give one side the clerks and one side.
Just some more housekeeping here, Janine, but you were talking about what we've seen so far this week.
That can go on one system, and when we put the two systems together, that's what creates the feedback. So,
I appreciate it because we need to, and I'm sure the defense.
I'm giving both sides 3. The clerk's going to go with that, and
that'd be okay. And the other matter, I have 3 short witnesses. We have a short recess after the 3 short witnesses, so we get our evidence. So
sure.
Your Honor, may I approach this document has been approved between the defense and the state? Sure. If the court is in agreement with it, we can send it to the JA and we can use it for the video.
Thank you for doing that.
How'd you do that so quick?
Great job. This is exactly what I had envisioned. I think this is going to be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
Want to
I'll
send it to your JA?
send it to my JA to.
So did you have it to distribute when it's necessary?
Sure. In other words, I'll keep it, and then we'll distribute it when the time comes. All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jurors in?
Judge, just briefly, I just wanted to put something on the record very briefly.
Sure.
Judge, we are renewing our objection and asking going forward that the court prohibit further in-court identifications of Mr. Cruz. There have been numerous ones at this point. He has pled guilty, so identification is not an issue. Pursuant to Hitchcock versus State, to be admissible in the penalty phase, the state's direct evidence must relate to any of the aggravating circumstances. Evidence necessary to familiarize the jury with the underlying facts of the case may also be introduced during the penalty phase. Identification does not go toward proving any aggravating factor, and it is also not necessary to familiarize the jury with the underlying facts of the case. The reason why the state is permitted, especially in a case like a resentencing or a case where the sentencing jury didn't try the case, is because they may not be in possession of certain facts necessary to determine whether the state has proven the aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury in this case is familiar with the identity of the perpetrator. You have told them numerous times, and we have told them numerous times. Therefore, any evidence that results from an in-court identification is not relevant and then inadmissible pursuant to 9402. It's especially important in the penalty phase of a capital case that the court deny the admission of irrelevant evidence so that death sentences are not imposed arbitrarily and capriciously. In other words, if irrelevant evidence is constantly or consistently admitted in the penalty phase of a capital trial, we can't determine whether the resulting verdict of death was arrived at or not arrived at on an impermissible basis.
Okay.
one more.
Sure.
A defense strategy and they wanted to use the word very often throughout the case that the defendant has pled guilty. It's apparent that the defense wants to use that as a mitigating circumstance that he's pled guilty. The state has the right to put the case in its context, and how much evidence there was is a relevant consideration, especially when the defense finds it to be a mitigation that he pled guilty to the charges. There's so much evidence that perhaps that wasn't a big thing in terms of the weight of a mitigation. Nevertheless, the state is entitled to present its case in terms of for the jury to know the context of how much evidence was there in this case. The state has to prove the aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, the weight of each of the aggravators, each of the convictions which become an aggravator under the first aggravating factor of previous conviction. And, the state may have one witness today who may identify the defendant. I think there's only one today that I'm aware of. I believe everyone else is a police officer today.
So, just so I understand your argument, your position is that even though the fact that the defendant is the person who committed these crimes has been proven, that you are entitled to put on evidence that the witnesses can identify him as the person who committed the crime?
And did identify him. And, Your Honor, we're asking a jury to put a person to death. They need to be very certain that this is the person who committed the crime. We're certainly not putting all the evidence we have of every person who has identified them. But when people, like John Wilford, who sees him in the McDonald's, identifies the person I was talking to as him, the defendant, that seems to be relevant testimony of who he is having a conversation with. I don't see any prejudice to the defense.
Well, that was going to be my next question. If he's admitted that he's committed these crimes and you are essentially stipulating that he is the person that's being talked about by the witnesses, what prejudice is it for a witness to say, I recognize the person that I saw and that's him?
Well, respectfully, Judge, we don't have to demonstrate any prejudice. You only get to prejudice in 403 when probative evidence, the probative value of evidence, needs to be weighed against its prejudice. The argument is it is not probative of any material fact. It's simply not relevant. So it doesn't matter whether it's prejudicial. It isn't relevant, and therefore it's inadmissible. He offered to plead guilty before any evidence was even provided to us or given or publicized. He pled guilty. We told the jury. And in fact, any juror who expressed reservations about the death penalty based on the fact that there have been innocent people executed or innocent people imprisoned on death row for many years before being exonerated, we told them, you don't have to worry about that in this case. He is the one who did it. We have never said he is not the one. And in fact, when he pled, we withdrew all of our motions to suppress identifications because it is no longer an issue. So the evidence is simply not relevant.
Okay, I understand your argument, but let's assume, for the sake of this discussion, that it is relevant. What is the prejudice?
Well, Judge, if it were relevant, then I suppose it wouldn't necessarily be prejudicial, but it's not relevant, and so it should not be admitted.
Okay. Based on the fact, if the state was having one witness after another identify the defendant, in other words, every single witness, I may understand your point, but as far as making sure that the jury knows that the defendant is, in fact, the person that these witnesses are talking about, and to put the situation in context to have, I don't know, how many witnesses have identified? Maybe 5?
Not even
4?
3, I think.
3 out of 44 witnesses so far. For those reasons, I'm going to allow it on a limited basis.
Judge, I would ask if the witness that they intend to have identify him is Ms. Zucchini, I would ask for a moment because I think, is that him? Because I think we filed a motion to suppress, which we withdrew when he pled because it's not relevant.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
I think we may have initially filed, prior to the plea, a motion to suppress her identification on constitutional grounds. We withdrew that motion when he pled because identity is no longer an issue. If they intend to have her come in, we may have that objection also, and I just need a moment to check that.
Okay.
She's not expected to testify until this afternoon.
Okay, we can do that then later.
So we
That's
can sort
fine.
of pause this part of the
Yes,
argument
ma'am.
or defer,
Yes, that's
put
fine.
in it, whatever you want to call it.
Sure. If she's not testifying this morning, then we can look at that at lunchtime or whatever.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Is there anything else before we bring the jury in?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
sorry, we're fine, thank you.
All right, sure.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I was advised that yesterday, local Channel 10 has now identified the jurors by name. They have also identified who is the alternate and who is the actual seated juror to deliberate. They have now released all the details about the information of each juror, so I don't know if the court would like to just go on Channel 10 or look at it. We've also printed it for the court's review. But this is precisely one of the reasons why we wanted the jurors to be referred to as numbers. So this was an article, this was on the local10.com website, and it literally sets up the photo from the website literally sets up the jury in the way in which we sit here. Numbers them, it says there's an alternate, and then you can link onto that juror, and you get all the information about the juror. So we just wanted to know that the public is now fully aware of that.
Where's Mr. Pepitone? Is he here? Ms. Vasquez, you're here from Channel 10?
I'm here, but if you would stand up and walk over.
You can just speak from where you're sitting. The agreement was from the media that they were not going to do that.
I agree with you, and this is news to me that we have jurors' names, quote, on the website. I know you're referring, Ms. McNeil, to a local10.com script, but I am not a local10.com writer or publisher. So I just flagged it for my station on a WhatsApp chat group, so somebody can look into it.
They need to, please relay this message. Take it down now, or you all are going to lose your press pass, okay?
Judge, listen, I need to stand corrected. It just identifies the juror number. It doesn't identify the juror name. But it does include the description of who that individual is in their employment. I can make a copy of this so you can view it, but I mistakenly said that it identified the juror by name. It just does identify the location of the juror in the box, that they're either a seated juror to deliberate or an alternate, and then personal information about the juror.
Is it accurate?
I haven't had a chance to look at it. I'd have to compare it to our notes and the jury questionnaires. If you'd like me to do that at lunch, I'd be happy to do that.
I mean, technically, if it doesn't say their name, that they're technically not in violation of any agreement.
I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
I would say that's definitely not within the spirit of the agreement, but
Respectfully, Your Honor, what would you like me to convey to the legal team at Local 10 at this point? Because it sounds like the record was clear that the jurors' names are not.
if the jurors' names are not listed, then you all didn't do anything that was in violation technically of the agreement, so you don't have to do anything. But thank you.
Your Honor, one more thing, and it doesn't have to do with what's happening right now, but it's cold in the courtroom. I'm not complaining, but a lot of the jurors are wearing sweaters, and when they leave the courtroom, their buttons, juror buttons, badges should be visible to all. So if you could just remind the jurors that when they leave, that their juror button should be visible on the outside of their clothing.
When we recess for lunch.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor, the defense is ready to proceed.
Great, let's bring the jury in, please.
So there were a few housekeeping things, and one of them was there was a question as to whether Local 10 published the names of jurors, which no news organization ever would do, and then that was corrected, thankfully.
Right, and what they talked about was the numbers of the jurors where they're seated in the box, not necessarily if they were an alternate or a part of the main panel and their occupations. The number of the jurors, where they're seated in the box, and the information about their background is all public record that people who were in the courtroom observed at the time during jury selection. The judge indicated here at the end of all of this, when she understood exactly what happened, that there was no obligation to Channel 10 to do anything about that.
No.
But quite frankly, she's probably put the station on double secret probation.
Of course, of course. I mean, and never would we, I think, or any news organization name any juror by name. I mean, that's something that's
part of what this whole
part of the
process was
agreement.
about. That's why they're anonymous. And again, you heard one of the prosecutors say at the end here that they wanted to make sure the jurors' badges were visible when they went out because they're wearing sweaters,
Yeah.
and so that anybody who encounters a juror, you're not supposed to talk to a juror.
Well, all of that information was false, and thankfully it was fact-checked, and so now we move forward. But again, we're now in day 5. We are waiting to hear from witness number 45, and there was one question about that the defense had about the. In the last few days, we've seen some of these witnesses stand up and identify the defendant in the courtroom. The defense had an issue with that.
I hope you had a nice afternoon, early afternoon.
And now the jury's back in.
Today. Thank you all again for being here and for your patience with us. Members of the jury, before I forget, I know it's cold in here. Unfortunately, a lot of the kinks in this new courtroom, this new grand courtroom, have not been worked out yet, and it seems that it either has been freezing or hot. We are aware of that. I know many of you have brought sweaters and jackets, and that's perfectly fine. I would just ask that if you wear those sweaters and jackets when you're on a recess, in other words, when you go to lunch, if you would make sure that your juror badge is visible. You don't have to do it while you're sitting here. We all know who you are. And you don't have to do it when you're just in the back hallway. Only when you're walking, like, let's say, to your car to go grab a bite to eat, just make sure the badge is visible, okay? Thank you so much. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State, call your next witness.
Thank you. Captain Nikolas Cruz.
So, Janine, you were just talking about the fact that we've seen 44 witnesses so far. By my count, 103 pieces of evidence have been introduced. This is witness 45. The prosecution said they had 3 shorter witnesses this morning before they take a break. If he's starting with law enforcement, perhaps we're going to begin to see some of the evidence that was collected back at the 1200 building.
So physical evidence, meaning
Bullet
shell
casings, the magazines that were left there, the rifle itself, the vest he was wearing, perhaps some other crime scene photos that were taken at the location. This gentleman is a captain. He's not going to be part of the crime gathering evidence team, so I'm not sure exactly what he's going to testify about.
Well, we'll take a listen.
Please remain standing, please. Good morning, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Nikolas Mazzi, M-A-Z-Z-E-I.
And your occupation, sir?
I am a police officer with the City of Coral Springs Police Department.
And do you have a rank at the present time?
I am currently a captain.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
21 years.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Did you have an occasion to respond to a location?
Yes, I did.
And where did you respond to?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And where did you respond from?
The City of Coral Springs Police Department.
And where is that with reference to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
The exact mileage I do not know, but it is down Coral Springs Drive, a few miles away.
Okay, just a few miles?
Correct.
Okay. And did you approach a certain building?
I did.
And which building did you approach?
I approached from the west side of the 1200 building.
Okay. When you approached the building, did you observe anything?
I did.
What did you observe?
I observed officers were on scene already, and then as we moved closer to the building, I observed a body lying on the ground outside of the west doors.
Okay. Let me show you now. State's Exhibit 5F and State's Exhibit 73. If you pull that down, please, Captain, and look at it, please. You recognize those exhibits?
I do.
Okay. And are they one and the same individual?
Yes, they are.
And does State's Exhibit, excuse me for a second.
No worries.
State's Exhibit 7B, does that accurately depict the individual lying by the west stairwell door?
Yes, it does.
As it existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer 7B.
7B?
B.
Okay. I thought you said 73. So it's
I think
7B.
the other exhibit.
I heard 5F and
Yeah, this is 5F. I want to introduce 5F, and I can't read.
that's our fault.
This is 7B.
5F and 7B. Is there any objection?
I'm just not sure what 5F is.
Let me give them to you. Oh, it's okay.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Secor?
Ma'am.
Do you have an objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the headphones go on. This is a captain with the Coral Springs police officer who responded to MSD. He talked about how he observed a body outside of the west doors of the school. And so we're thinking that some of this evidence that will be presented are photographs from that day.
Right, and so they've identified two. They're making their standard objections. If it was their regular objection, relevance, and not going towards necessarily an aggravating factor, they would have done that quickly. So here it's a little bit something more. But as with all the other objections, they'll put their objection on the record. Judge will, in all likelihood, overrule it, and then he'll be able to publish these two photos. If they're what we expect them to be, in all likelihood, we won't see them. People in the courtroom will, and later on in the day, the press will have access to what it was. But it's going to be difficult if this is a photo of one of the murder victims here. There are next of kin in the courtroom, and we've seen the reaction that that draws from the jurors, from the people in the gallery as well.
And to be clear, likely those photos will not be shown to the public or shown to the people who are in the gallery in the courtroom, but still, as we've seen over the last few days.
He's going to identify, the witness will identify who it is who's in the photo if he knows.
And just the fact that these family members, if they are in the audience, that they know that jurors are viewing photos of their loved ones dead outside, it's very tough. And we've seen this over the last few days. There has been surveillance video that's been shown that family members have not seen and the public has not seen, because the judge did rule last week that the public would not be able to see some of this evidence, and that's going to be what we're going to be seeing over the next few weeks. But still, for these folks to know what's happening and what the jurors are seeing, it's a tough time.
Yes.
Defense objection states Exhibit 5F for identification will be received as states 104, and states 7B as in boy for identification will be received as states 105.
Thank you. Captain Mazzi, I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 105 that has been introduced, and ask you if you can see that.
Yes, I can.
Okay, and is that, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That is Aaron Weiss.
Okay. And is that the way you saw him when you approached the western portion of the 1200 building?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 104. Who is that?
That is Aaron Weiss.
Okay. So once you saw Mr. Weiss, what did you do?
I checked him for vitals, realized that he was deceased, believed that there was still a shooter inside the building, and we made entry into the building.
Okay. And how did you get into the building, Captain?
We went through the western doors.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. It's already been introduced in evidence. And State's Exhibit 24E. So take a look at that. State's Exhibit 24E. Do you recognize State's 24E?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
This is a photograph of me making contact with a victim right inside the west doors, and this is a photograph of that same victim.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer 24E. You know which photograph I'm talking about, Casey?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So what they will be looking at are photographs of Aaron Feist. He was that football coach who, by all accounts, threw himself in front of students as the bullets hailed down on February 14th into his school. In fact, I believe that Aaron Feist was a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High, and then he came back to be a football coach, and he was a really well-loved person. So it's really difficult to hear that this is what they'll be looking at.
And, you know, the purpose of this witness testifying both as to who's in the pictures and the location, and then the testimony we heard from him about the fact that he checked for a pulse and the victim was deceased at that point, establishes, again, two different aggravating factors. And you could see the sense of relief to some degree of the next of kin in the courtroom when they said who those pictures were, that it wasn't their loved one. They're now showing him some additional pictures of what he said was a victim he found in the stairwell, and they're going through the same objections that they've had before.
And the purpose, again, to show these pictures to the jury is the aggravating factors would be what? Cold, calculated?
And reckless disregard for human life. And
Objection. State's Exhibit 24E for identification will be received as State's 106.
Captain, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. Now it's introduced in evidence 106. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay, and who is in that photograph?
That is me talking to Christopher Hickson.
Okay. And that's when you, at what point is this?
This is upon our initial entry through the west side doors.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit marked 100. Who is that?
That is Christopher Hickson.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions. Captain, ask.
No question? Okay. Thank you, Captain. You're excused.
Thank you.
Sergeant Vander Reeves.
So presumably those were pictures of him speaking with Christopher Hickson, the athletic director, before Chris Hickson was then killed. And so this establishes a police officer who was arriving on scene, who was first trying to tend to this one coach who was deceased. And so the question is, I'm guessing this is just establishing sort of what happens in that time frame.
It's going to not only what happened in that time frame, but establishing the aggravating factors. As for Aaron Feist, just the fact that he found him slumped over there, he's one of the victims. But as for Chris Hickson, it's going to go to heinous, atrocious, and cruel, because this is an individual who was shot, initially survived, and then subsequently died. So they're showing the prolonged time period that he was in, presumably agony, and his life was slipping away from him. An aggravating factor as to that particular victim, and they have to establish aggravating factors as to each individual victim.
This is a sergeant with the Broward Sheriff's Office who's now taking the stand. This is probably somebody else who had arrived on scene. He's being sworn in. Let's take a listen.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, if you please state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Vander Reems, V-A-N-D-E-R-E-E-M-S.
And your occupation, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the Broward Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
23 years.
How long have you been with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
23 years.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Were you on duty on that occasion?
Yes, I was.
Did you have an occasion on that date to respond to a certain location?
Yes, I did.
Where did you respond to?
I was a officer or a deputy in the city of Deerfield Beach. I was on power line between 10th Street and Hillsborough Boulevard at the time.
Okay. And what did you do?
The call came out across our area in reference to a possible shooting at the high school. I ran code 3 down power line up to Sawgrass Expressway.
What's code 3?
I'm sorry, I went lights and sirens to the school.
Okay. And when you arrived at the campus, were you going to a certain building on the campus?
Yes, I was going to the freshman building, 12.
1200 building?
Yes.
Okay. So when you approached the 1200 building, how did you approach it? From the west, east, how did you approach it?
I got off of Coral Ridge Drive. I went the back way through, which is down around the Walmart. There's a little curve through West Glades. So I got on Hamburg, went eastbound on Hamburg. I ended up having to go wrong way traffic because the road was blocked. I parked in the center medium area, and then I got out and I ran through the open gate to the east side of Building 12.
Okay. And which entrance to Building 12 did you approach?
I approached the east side building, east door.
Okay. The double doors?
Yes.
And did you enter the double doors?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you entered, what did you do?
When I went in, I originally went through the front doors. I observed a child dead on the ground on the left, and there was like smoke and dust in the air. And I observed other officers a little bit further ahead. I checked one room on the left-hand side, and then I went up to the front of the officers that were there. They were clearing the kids out of the rooms, and myself and another officer went towards the front to kind of keep them covered as they were pulling kids out, and we were pushing down the hallway.
Okay. And did you eventually go up the stairs?
Yes, I went up to the third floor where 3 other officers were at, and at that time we looked down the hallway, and there was a child all the way at the very end. He was kind of like trying to raise his hand up, and he was trying to say something, but he kept trying to raise his hand up so we could see that he was alive.
And did you go to his aid?
Yeah, myself, Deputy Schmidt, Deputy Alvin, Deputy Hodson.
Are they deputies? Or
I'm sorry, officers. Okay. Officer Hodson, Officer Alvin, and Officer Schmidt. Okay. We went down, we grabbed him, and we drug him all the way back to the west side stairwell where one of the medics had just came up and started to work on him.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
No, I do not know the medic's name.
Okay. All right, let me show you. And did you eventually go onto the third floor?
Yeah, that whole time I was on the third floor because I started on the west side stairwell on the third floor, and we went all the way down to the east side, grabbed Anthony, and we brought him all the way back to the west side.
Okay. So you said Anthony. I thought you said you didn't know his name.
Oh, the victim, I know, yeah, Anthony Borges. I thought you meant the medic. I didn't know his name.
No, I'm sorry. You ask a lot of questions. You get everybody confused. Okay, that's what I was asking you. The student that you helped.
Yeah, that was Anthony.
Anthony Borges. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So let me show you. On the third floor, did you was your body camera working?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 7C for identification. Deputy. Here, take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that from your body camera?
Yes.
And does it accurately and truly depict the scene on February 14, 2018 as you pass the men's restroom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 7C.
Is there any objection?
We just incorporate renew all objections in DMIL 12, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 7C for identification will be received as State's 107. just ask, will this be published just to the jurors and the lawyers? or to everyone?
Just for the jurors and
Okay.
we told the,
Oh, you already, I didn't know that. Great, thank you.
so nothing's supposed to be today shown.
To the public?
Yes.
Okay. You know that. Thanks.
Okay, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit marked 107. Deputy Vandering, did you see that?
Yes,
And is that the way you saw that individual in the men's restroom alcove?
yes.
Okay.
And that was after we drugged Anthony back.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I want to show you now State's Exhibit for identification 7F. Yes, you did. Hold that. You recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Is that an accurate and true depiction of a photograph from your body cam that existed on February the 14th, 2018?
yes,
And does it accurately show two people in an alcove in front of 1249?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 7F.
Is there any objection?
You object pursuant to DMIL 12, please.
Okay. Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 7F for identification will be received as State's 108.
Deputy Van Reems, I'd like to show you now that photograph. It's 108. Does that truly and accurately depict those two individuals?
Yes,
And do you know who those two individuals are?
yes.
Who are they?
Cara is the one with the white shirt and the blue stripe. And Meadow is the one with the blue jeans, gray top, and the little pink backpack. Or pink backpack. Sorry.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 5J. Can you recognize who that is?
Cara,
Okay, is that Carol Logren?
yes. Sure, log.
And State's Exhibit 5N,
Meadow,
Meadow Pollock.
yes.
The two girls that you just identified in State's Exhibit 108.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer now State's Exhibit 5J and 5N. Oh, you have it? Sure. Here, let me give it to you.
May I approach?
You may, thank you. Okay, defense, is there any objection to the admission of States 5J for identification and 5N for identification?
Yes, ma'am. Briefly.
You said yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So standard objections to some of these photos or stills from the body camera footage from the defense.
Interesting that they're not yet at this point introducing all of his body camera video, because it would show exactly what he saw as he came in. And at one point he talked to a victim who subsequently died. Here he's now being shown still photos taken from his body cam of three, one of the victims who survived, two of them who passed.
Right. He talks about seeing Anthony Borges. This is Sergeant Richard Vandereems. He's a 23-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office. He describes going into the 1200 building. He says he was in the third floor. He says he saw, he said a child trying to sort of raise his hand, indicating that he was injured, and we believe that's Anthony Borges, who was
From the
shot.
subsequent photo he was shown, it sounds like that's exactly who it was. He also described seeing smoke and debris there. So this is relatively soon after all these gunshots rang out, from the descriptions we'd heard earlier about what was going on inside and what the destruction it had caused to the building itself. And you know, these photos are going towards a couple of the aggravating factors, certainly for each of the victims who have died.
Heinous and atrocious and cruel.
And cruel goes to an argument they had made earlier, establishing the conviction itself was one that was cruel and caused death to individuals, and then also, again, the fact that he had this disregard for life or death while he was taking his actions.
It's interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No.
I was just going to say, yesterday we heard from law enforcement officers, but these were officers who met up with Nikolas Cruz after the shooting, the ones who physically made the arrest, the one who then showed up afterwards, because yesterday's presentation by the state was really showing how Cruz tried to blend in. It showed the premeditation and his escape.
You know, what he thought about getting out. Again, part of the progression, remember, this is a way for the prosecution to, I don't want to use the word story because it's not a story, this is a factual recitation of what happened, but for them to weave the facts in a manner that the jury understands them. There's a process behind what's going on. Yesterday was sort of culmination of what had happened as it was going on, and he left the building. The powerful video excerpts we saw of him getting his icy, going
and
to
showing
McDonald's.
Just the mannerisms of Cruz, how he seemed relatively calm and unaffected.
In, part of his premeditation, his plan to escape from what took place. And so now today they've backed up a little bit, and they're showing what officers observed when they came on the campus, when they went into the 1200 building, weaving the facts for this jury so that they've now taken them back to just after it happened, before he's made his escape out of the building, or during the same time period while he's making the escape. You heard the officer say he believed that there was still an active shooter in the building. So again, setting the stage, establishing the aggravating factors. What's difficult here for both prosecution, defense, and for the jurors to understand is, if this was a regular trial, a lot of guilt or innocence part of a trial and not a penalty phase proceeding in a death penalty case, that we wouldn't have a lot of these objections because the state's proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But we've moved to the penalty phase now, and so they have to show still beyond a reasonable doubt aggravating factors, and so that's why we're getting a lot of these objections and a lot of the sidebars.
Sure, because the defense says, listen, this identification is no longer an issue. We know who he is. He already pleaded guilty, and so to make these identifications, it's too much. We know who he is.
Well, and also, you know, as to some of these pictures, again, we can't hear what they're saying. But it's not their standard objection, because those are the ones they've been given blanket authority to make. They cite to a particular defense motion in limine, a rule of evidence, a particular case, and they quickly move on. Here they're trying to raise some other objection as to why these pictures shouldn't come in, that they're not helping the state prove an aggravating factor, that if they are helping the state prove an aggravating factor, that there's already a piece of evidence in that satisfies that.
And would it be they're arguing that it's inflammatory or irrelevant?
It's all going to be inflammatory, but so they'll use the fancy legal word, the probative value outweighs the prejudice.
Okay.
So yes, you're right, absolutely. Inflammatory is what they're saying, but they're couching it in legal terms, and they're trying to convince the judge. They've been unsuccessful as of yet. They may eventually get some success, but that there are other pieces of evidence that have already come in that establish the same thing, that this is piling on, that again, that they're inflammatory, and that the probative value of it, meaning the evidentiary value, its value to the jury to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt, outweighs the prejudice because there's only so much that the state needs to put in.
And if all goes as planned, this is the second witness called by the state today, and Mike Satz indicated that there would be 3 at least this morning before a break is taken.
3 quick witnesses before they take a break.
And so the thinking could be, because he's introducing law enforcement again, law enforcement who made their way inside, could then the second piece of testimony today be from other law enforcement officers or others who could present perhaps physical evidence?
I expect that that's the weave he's taking today with the facts. You've got now officers on the scene. We may see some full body cam video of what they saw as they were coming in.
In this case, he just indicated, I think, that it would just be still frames from the body cam.
Correct. And, you know, at some point, we're going to have the rest of the officers who entered the building. So we're going to hear testimony about the number of students who are still being extricated from the active, what they believed, crime shooter scene that's going on. You then may have officers who came in and start to recover or identify where evidence is positioned, and then the actual crime scene people.
States 5N for identification, States 5J for identification will be received as States 109, and States 5N, as in Nancy, for identification will be received as States 110.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I have no further questions of Deputy Vander.
Okay, defense?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Officer David Alpin, please.
So what happened?
Well, he introduced these photos. He's not going to publish them at this point in time. And only.
I just have a quick question for the lawyers, if you all will go sidebar for a moment.
So,
Okay, now they're having a sidebar. So does this mean the defense wins, that the jury can't see these pictures?
No, she's let them in. They'll get to see them. She said she has questions for the lawyers. I think she's going to ask, is this witness, are we going to go through the same thing again? Are we going to have these same objections? If we are, why don't we just do it now and take care of that? She may want to know, is this your last short witness for the day, so we can figure out when the break's going to be? It's either a scheduling issue or something related to what's coming up. She may also want to ask the state, are you going to publish all the photos at the same time? When are you going to do that? Combination, perhaps, housekeeping, and, she'd like to move things along.
But wouldn't the state want to show some of these images right after hearing from the police officer? Because that's a foundational, it's sort of, okay, these pictures are from his body cam.
Not necessarily. They use the foundational questions. You're right. Absolutely. You have to use those to get it in. That's part of why he asks the same 3 questions of every witness. But he may be waiting. He's introduced 1, 2, 3, I think 4, 5. He may feel that the impact of holding it all, because he's not going to have the witness again talk about the pictures, but right before the break, Judge, before they go out, I'd like to show them these 8 pictures that we just introduced. So again, cumulative effect of all of these pictures at once, showing them as opposed to breaking them up, because he's not going to have the witness point to something. In others, where he's published them immediately thereafter, it was important because he said, okay, is that you circled in the picture? Is that the defendant over on this side of the picture? What did you see there? Or while he's playing a video, is that, who's that? Is that the defendant? Where were you standing? Something like that. So
then without these foundational witnesses, let's say then he calls his next witness and then decides before the break or later on, okay, I'm going to show all of these pictures that have been published, then does the state, can Mike Satz then go through them and narrate this is what's going on?
He's going to try to do that.
Okay.
The defense is going to object. They're going to...
Audio? Not yet. Okay, no audio yet from the court.
Here's the witness. He's coming in. Don't want to step over him.
All right.
We'll wait for them to turn up. But again, he'll try to narrate.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And your occupation, sir?
I am a detective with the Coral Springs Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
About 17 years.
Okay. Had all been with the Coral Springs Police Department?
No, sir. I was also a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation for 1 year in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. And all the rest with Coral Springs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Did you have occasion to respond to a certain location?
I did.
And where did you respond to?
I responded to Building 1 of the Stoneman Douglas School at about 2:42 p.m.
Okay. And where is that building?
It's on the southeast side of the campus.
Okay. Did you eventually get to the 1200 building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go from the number 1 building, the administration building, to the 1200 building?
Yes, I did.
How did you proceed from building 1 to 12?
I walked with another detective to the northeast side of the campus to Building 12.
Okay. And did you enter building 12?
I did.
And what entrance did you enter?
On the east side of the building,
Okay.
on the first floor.
Okay. And how did you proceed on the first floor? Did you?
I met up with our Captain Mock at the time, and he directed me to continue down to the west side of the building to the second floor stairwell.
Okay. And did you go up the stairwell?
I did.
And where did you go?
I was there for a short period of time and then went to the third floor stairwell.
Okay. Were you the first officer up on the third floor?
I believe so. I was with 2 other officers, but it was pretty close to the first up there.
Who were you with?
Officer Schmidt and Officer Hodgson.
Okay. And did Deputy Van der Reens ever join you?
I believe so. I may have spoken to him on the second floor before I was up there.
Okay. And then what did you, let me show you State's Exhibit marked 6Y and ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does this accurately and truly depict you going up to the third floor?
It does.
And who else is in there?
Officer Hodgson, Detective Hodgson, is on the right in the front there, and then I believe it's Officer Schmidt on the left.
Okay, Your Honor, this time here, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 6Y.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, States Exhibit 6Y for identification will be received as States 111.
Detective Alphen, showing you State's Exhibit 111. Can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where are you?
I am the bottom right of the 3 officers there.
Okay. And who are the other 2 officers?
Officer Hodgson is on the top right without a helmet, and Officer Schmidt is on the left with a helmet.
And this is the third floor landing on the west side?
Correct.
Okay. And what's on the landing?
In front of us, there is a vest and a rifle on top of it, and on the right is Jamie Gutenberg.
Okay. And let me show you now State's Exhibit marked 6Z.
Yes, sir.
What does that depict?
It shows me checking for vital signs on Jamie Gutenberg and the other officers covering the doors.
Okay. Does that 6Z truly and accurately depict you checking the vital signs on Ms. Gutenberg?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 6Z.
Is there any objection?
Just cumulative under 403, thank you.
So you're renewing your...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so noted. Over the defense continued objection, 6Z for identification will be received as States 112.
Detective Alphen, showing you State's Exhibit 112. Where are you?
I am over Jamie Gutenberg.
Okay. And what happened? You checked her? Any vital signs?
Yes, I checked her vital signs for breath and for pulse. I found none, and I checked several times. And then we held there for a moment, and Officer Schmidt and I heard a voice, we thought, coming from the hallway.
Okay. Then what did you guys do?
We cracked the door, confirmed that somebody in the hallway was asking for help, and we decided we were going to move into the hallway to go get them.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, we did.
And who did you go with?
I know I was in the front, so I didn't see who was with me behind, but I believe Officer Schmidt and Detective Hodgson, was also with us. Whoever was behind them, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But we pushed into the hallway.
All right. And did you see Deputy Van der Reens up on the third floor?
I did not see him there. I know that he had been there, but he was behind me.
Okay. So tell us what you did.
We moved into the hallway and walked towards the voice, which turned out to be Anthony Borges, made contact with him. I was still looking down the hallway, covering in case we encountered a subject, and the officers dragged him back to get him into the hallway to provide medical care.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I then stayed in the hallway and assisted with clearing the rest of that floor.
Okay. Let me show you now State's Exhibit Mark 107 that's been introduced into evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
While we were clearing the various rooms on this floor, one of the bathroom doors had a young man laid up against it who was deceased, Joaquin Oliver. I had to remove him from the door so that it could be checked to ensure nobody was inside of it.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 5L for identification. And ask you if you can identify who that is.
Yes, it's Joaquin Oliver.
Okay. And this is the person you dragged out of the men's room out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 5L.
Okay, defense, is there any objection to 5L for identification being received into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll hear the objection sidebar.
They are in a sidebar right now, but this is particularly excruciating, especially for Fred Guttenberg, who is sitting in that audience right now and listening to this Coral Springs detective, who's a former FBI agent, talking about seeing Jamie in the hallway.
And again, just you could see from the photos, just gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching for him to have to relive all this, but goes towards the aggravating factor. And unfortunately, the victim's next of kin knew that this would come in time. It's part of the closure that they're going to need to see here. But again, important for the prosecution to put these in, because you're hearing from the officers who responded at the time, telling the jury what they found, how they found these people, what they did, and you know what was happening. Some of them were still alive, others not. And very, very important. And one of the other things we saw is sort of the unity of all of the next of kin who have formed this community to help each other. We saw one of the other victims' next of kin reach out his arm and put it on to the father.
They're in a club. They're in a club that they never want to be in, and now these family members are having to listen to this. And Jamie Guttenberg, one of the deceased, as well as Joaquin Oliver. So this detective describes seeing Joaquin Oliver lying on the bathroom floor. He had to move him because he wanted to make sure that he cleared the bathroom, because at this point, this detective doesn't know if the shooter is still there.
They have no idea. So they find a rifle and a tactical vest there. They don't know if there was one shooter, more shooters. Perhaps this shooter had more firearms that he or she was using as they scurried about the building. But they, charged in there. They heard cries for help. They went to help these students. They were both acting as law enforcement to get these kids out of there, to help anybody else who was there, but also in their mind an active shooter. So they're looking for somebody who's still armed and who potentially is the individual who carried out all this. I mean, that's part of the reason why when the students were coming out, they're asking them to put their hands in the air so they can see where they are. They don't know, and they were right. The shooter was hiding amongst the students. He didn't have another gun on him.
Right.
But
and that was what the state presented yesterday. They didn't know who he was. He acted, according to the state, in a cold and calculated manner, in a premeditated way, knowing that he had just committed this crime, wearing a maroon shirt to blend in with the other kids, an MSD JROTC shirt. And even when he was approached, not approached, but when one student who recognized him from middle school said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing? What are your college plans?" Sort of in a, fit of confusion and just trying to make some nervous small talk, he said, "Summer in Florida." And so even just the fact that he acted in that way and then later asking another student for a ride, that's the testimony that we heard yesterday.
And today's testimony, again, they're getting to the really hard part of what everyone has to watch and what everyone has to endure. But again, while this is the penalty phase of the proceedings, they have to establish these aggravating factors for all 17 victims beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why they're putting in these photos. That's why they're showing the suffering that occurred for people who died, the danger to the life of individuals who survived. And so that's part of the culmination of the evidence, because in the end, when they make their closing statements, they're going to have to direct the jurors, we want you to look at this particular piece of evidence. This is going to establish these particular aggravating factors. And if it's not in, that's why they number it, and that's why there's a way for everybody to refer to it.
It's a different process. It's not innocence or guilt.
Right.
And so for the state, they say, listen, we're going to introduce these aggravating factors, but it's not just factors. There has to be weight to them. And so that's why they're introducing some of these still photos, and that's why they're introducing some of the physical evidence, because that's what these jurors ultimately have to do.
And again, because it's what they call a bifurcated process, both if there was an actual guilt-innocence phase and a penalty phase, if there had been a trial on guilt or innocence, many of these objections would not be heard because they've got to establish the guilt or innocence. And so the state has argued successfully that because they've taken away that portion of the trial and we're in the penalty phase, we're still entitled to introduce enough evidence to show the weight that the juror should put upon this, how that leads to beyond a reasonable doubt. And so while the defense is going to some way argue we've mitigated part of the process here, they're entitled to get it all in. And that's why we're having these sidebars. That's why they're arguing about how many of these pieces of evidence are going to come in. Are they cumulative? Are they irrelevant? Are they prejudicial?
And speaking of sidebars, I do think that we should take a step back just for a second to introduce to viewers who may not have been with us since day one. This is day 5. And so if you're just joining us and you're wondering, why are some of these attorneys wearing these headsets? That's the sidebar. That's their way to communicate with each other and to the judge without having to physically walk up and take even more time, considering we know that there will be many witnesses and much evidence, and this phase of the trial could take a while.
And these are legal arguments that are made to the judge outside the presence of the jury. The other way to have taken care of this would be to dismiss the jury, send them out of the room, make these arguments, and then bring them back to the room, or trot up the entire defense and prosecution team to the judge's sidebar and talk to them. So here technology is being our friend, while it means that we just watch the courtroom and don't hear anything about what's going on.
Well, we wouldn't be able to hear, just to be clear, we would not be able to hear this anyway. This is not something that would be admitted in open court. This is a sidebar conversation. And
the only way we'd get to hear this is if they actually excuse the jury from the room. And it's apparent that they're not going to do that, and that if the headsets didn't work, she'd trot them all up sidebar, and then we'd hear the white noise and not hear what they're saying anyways. You're absolutely right, Janine. So it's just part of the process, part of the built-in time frame and delay. Again, for people who are just watching now and wondering where's the testimony, well, they're in the middle of the testimony, and if you take out all these sidebars and you only look at what the testimony was, yes, there's a very short period of time that is spent on what the process that's going on, but it's part of the process. It guarantees the constitutional rights of the defendant to receive a fair trial, to be present during the trial, and now we're going to find out what comes in.
Fred Guttenberg, who's been watching intently.
Objection. States Exhibit 5L for identification will be received as States 113.
So, Detective Alphen, I'm going to show you 5G. You know who that photograph depicts?
Jamie Gutenberg.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 5R. You know who that photograph depicts?
Peter Wang.
Okay. Now, you mentioned where you saw Jamie Guttenberg on the
Yes.
third floor landing and you checked her pulse.
Yes, sir.
With reference to Peter Wang, did you see him there?
I did. When I peeked out before entering that hallway, I saw him in the corner, in the deep west corner, slumped down on the ground there.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like now to offer States Exhibit 5G and 5R.
Okay.
Subject to the same objection, please.
Okay, thank you. Your objection is noted. Over the defense objection, States 5G will be received as States 114, and States 5R will be received as States 115.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Detective Alvin. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for this witness?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So once again, the jury is not yet seeing these images.
Correct. And so he's either going
So you're
to,
not publishing these at this time?
I was going to work.
It's your case, I just want to make sure I didn't interrupt you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and please do not discuss the case among one another. Please leave your notepads on your chairs, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
So we just heard from witness 45, 46, and 47. There is the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, once again wearing a sweater vest with a mask on. He's been looking down most of the time. But these last three witnesses have been law enforcement officers, a captain with Coral Springs Police, a detective, a sergeant with the Broward Sheriff's Office, and then once again another Coral Springs detective, painting the picture of what happened when they arrived.
An excuse, we're going to be in recess for 10-15 minutes, and they're going to take him to the restroom as soon as the jurors have cleared the hallway.
so the last thing that she asked Michael Satz was, aren't you going to publish these pictures? And he started to give an answer. Perhaps he's going to wait for the jurors to come back in, and then he's going to publish them, or he is going to wait for another point after he gets some additional evidence that's going to come in before he publishes it. There's a big evidence bag that's behind on the bench there. It may be that we're going to start to see the rifle, the tactical vest, the magazines, come in through the next witnesses.
Because we had the foundation to those pieces of evidence. For example, that former FBI agent and Coral Springs detective said that he saw a vest and a rifle on scene, and so he testified to that, and now we may actually see those pieces of evidence.
From the officer or crime scene officer or detective who physically retrieved them. As far as the pictures go, as the judge pointed out, it's your case, state. You do what you want to, but she just thought it odd that he was not publishing these photos at this particular point in time. There's some reason why he chose not to do it. Either he's waiting to get more photos in. He believes that the effect of them together is better than apart. He doesn't need to show them again to all these witnesses. He may start off when he gets back by publishing them and then starting in with the next round of witnesses.
And so the court right now is taking a quick recess. The judge said, about 10 minutes, more or less,
right.
And everybody's going to take some sort of a restroom break. You can see the defendant has now left the courtroom for now, and so we'll take a quick break as well, and we'll be back as soon as court resumes. Welcome back. This is day 5 of the penalty phase of the trial of Nikolas Cruz, confessed Parkland shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with our legal analyst. That was supposed to be a short break, but
Sometimes they're short.
let's take a listen.
1:30. All right, thank you all very much. If you are going to remain in the courtroom, I would just ask everyone to please remain quiet so that I can finish these legal matters with the lawyers. Yes.
To be a legal matter with the lawyers. I'm not sure if they're going to open the mics for that. It'd be interesting to hear what they're going to talk about. It probably has to do with one of the witnesses they were calling this afternoon. We heard something mentioned this morning about an objection that they had to this particular witness's identification testimony of Cruz. They had filed a motion prior to his guilty plea, attacking that identification on constitutional grounds.
And when you say identification, just sort of in layman's terms, somebody sitting on the witness stand, standing up and pointing and saying he's the guy.
Exactly. We've seen that 3 times so far from civilian witnesses. There was also an officer who pointed him out as well. So that may be what they're going to talk about now. We'll find out what their basis for attacking the identification that had occurred both outside the courtroom and now was going to occur inside the courtroom.
And if we are able to hear it in open court, of course, we'll be with you every step of the way, and we will play that. So we are going to listen. The defendant, Nikolas Cruz, you can see he is in there. It appears that he's maybe speaking to somebody.
Yeah, he's going to remain. It's a critical stage of the proceedings. He has to be there legally, so he's going to stay in the courtroom. Again, I'm anticipating that this motion they had talked about earlier. When they talk about constitutional grounds, there are certain procedures that have to be followed when a witness identifies a particular individual, in this case, the defendant. It has to be, if it's in a way that it's what's called a show-up, which is where they have the defendant in a particular place and they bring the witness to identify the witness. It has to be within certain constraints. If it was a photo lineup, there are also certain constraints that have to be around that. I'm only guessing at this point.
And typically when you see this happen in a courtroom, somebody standing up and saying he's the guy or she's the girl or whatever, that's usually in a guilt or innocence phase. That's usually in that phase of the trial. He's already pleaded guilty, and we've heard the defense say, listen, he's already pleaded, and so that's part of why they are objecting, we think, to perhaps another witness getting on the stand who's presumed to do that, to identify him later.
Going to point him out, and their argument is it doesn't add anything to any of the aggravating factors. The state's response to that was, we're still entitled to present this type of evidence. I'm not sure whether we're going to get to hear what's going on or not.
Yeah, well, usually when the camera goes to the seal, it means that there is no longer any open court, and so we just abide by the rules of the court. If we can hear it, we play it. You can hear it at home. If we can't, if there's no audio, then we don't. So let me double check and make sure there's no audio coming from the courtroom, and we've been told no audio. So this could be something that is done as a sidebar.
Well, again, the reason they'd go sidebar is so that the jury doesn't hear what they're talking about. If the jury's not there, there's no reason to go sidebar. If it's a legal matter that is going to take place in an open courtroom, then the public is entitled to hear what's going on. Again, a little bit different here when you're broadcasting to the world what's going on inside the courtroom. They may feel because the jury's not there anymore and this is a legal matter, they're not going to give us the live stream to hear what's going on. I know that Christina is in the courtroom. She'll be able to hear what they're arguing about, relay back to us what it is they're trying to discuss. But if the judge said, that's it for us, we're going to lunch, then we're going to see you at 1:30.
Then there you go.
Find out.
So far, we've heard from 3 witnesses, all law enforcement officers, taking us back to the scene of the crime. When we get back from lunch, the question is, what evidence, what other witnesses will we be hearing from?
Again, based on what they started to argue about this morning, there's going to be another individual who was present and who potentially is going to identify Cruz as the individual who was there, either shooting at them or blending in with the crowd. I'm not sure.
And we may also see some physical evidence as those officers testify to seeing the vest and seeing the gun. So
it's going to come in at some point. Right. I mean, they're going to introduce that evidence. And, it's a Friday afternoon. You're going into the weekend. You've had the jury's attention for 5 days now. You want to send them off into the weekend with something that resonates with them, that's going to stick with them over the 2 days that they're not in the courtroom. Look, they're taking notes. They can go back at their notes and see where you left off. But you always want to end the day on a high note for your case, something to send the jury off before you see them again over the weekend. That may be physical evidence. It may be this witness who they're discussing, because that witness is going to provide some sort of key critical piece that's going to leave a lasting impression. And he hasn't published those photos that he introduced earlier, which they're going to see and are very powerful photos.
Powerful photos, perhaps from the scene, still images from body camera video from these officers who arrived, who saw some of the deceased, who saw some of the victims. So we will keep an eye, of course, on court. They're taking a lunch break right now. 1:15? Is that what the judge said?
She said something about an hour and a half, so 1:30, but your guess is as good as mine, Janine. Maybe she said an hour and 15 minutes. It's up to her.
Yeah, some things have the breaks have lasted a little longer than expected, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Don't worry, you're not going to miss a minute of court today. This is day 5 of the sentencing of Nikolas Cruz. We will see you when the judge and jury return. It is day 5 of the penalty phase of the trial of Nikolas Cruz, the confessed Parkland shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with our legal analyst, David Weinstein. Today, we just heard from 3 witnesses from the state, all law enforcement officers.
3 quick witnesses this morning before we went into a very long break, as the prosecution had said they would be, setting the stage for some pictures that are going to be shown to the jurors, rather graphic images of the people who were injured and killed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. There was also some discussion about a witness coming up later this afternoon who might attempt to make an in-court identification of the defendant. That was then addressed and seems to have been put aside. But
let's take a listen.
Dr. Yuri Boyko.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated, and when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
I'm Dr. Yuri Boyko, last name B-O-I-K-O.
And good afternoon, Dr. Boyko.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation, sir?
I'm Associate Medical Examiner in Broward County Medical Examiner Office.
Okay. And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
What is your education?
I received my MD, PhD in Ukraine, came to USA in 1994, has additional education here, like residency in general pathology for 4 years and fellowship for 1 year in Harris County Medical Examiner Office in Houston. After that, I was working as Associate Medical Examiner in Charleston, West Virginia for 2 years. And from 2008, I working here in Broward County.
Okay. What is pathology?
Pathology is science which determines cause of disease in general.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is public. Forensic means public, and forensic pathologists determine cause and manner of death to present it in the court.
Okay. Are you a diplomat in anything?
Yes, I'm board certified in general pathology, board certified in forensic pathology, and I have medical license in the state of Florida.
And how long have you had a medical license in the state of Florida?
From 2008.
What is an autopsy?
Autopsy is examination of the body. We have external examination of the body, and autopsy is internal examination of the body to determine cause and manner of death.
And how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
In total, approximately 4,000.
And how many of those autopsies that you performed, doctor, were you able to determine the cause of death?
All of them. It's my purpose.
And those autopsies that you performed, how many were caused by gunshot wounds?
Approximately 200.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in a court of record in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times?
All these 200 times when I present in court.
And in what courts?
Here in Broward County and in West Virginia.
Okay. Let me call your attention to February the 15th, which was a Thursday, 2018. Did you have occasion to be in your office?
Yes.
And were you called upon to do or perform an autopsy on one Martin Duque Acquiano?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you State's exhibits marked for identification. 15W, 15B, 15U, 15T, 15S, 15R, 15Q, 15P, 15O, 15N, 15M, 15L, 15K, 15J, 15I, 15H, 15G, 15F, and 15E. And this one is 5D. And I'm going to show you these, Dr. Boyko. And take a look at them and hold them down if you don't mind. And tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and what are they?
It's photographs which were taken during autopsy of Martin Duque.
Okay, and would they aid you in explaining to the court and to the jury the nature of the wounds that were received by Martin Duque Acquiano?
Yes.
Okay.
It's multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to offer those exhibits that I read into the record.
We would object pursuant to DMIL 12 as well as arguments made prior to the witness taking the stand. Thank you.
Okay, may I see the instructions, please? One of them doesn't have an evidence sticker.
Is that the 5D?
It says 5D on the pen, but it
Right. Is there another one
that doesn't have an evidence sticker?
that looks like this one?
Let me see.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe it's a duplicate. I wasn't.
I don't see a duplicate, so do you want to just?
Yeah, I'll put one.
You all have seen 5D. It has the number 5D on it, but it does not have an evidence sticker.
We have a notation of what it is, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a notation of what it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to mark it 5D, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay. For the defense objection, 5D, as in dog, will be received as 116. 15E will be received as 117. 15F will be received as 118. 15G will be received as 119. 15H will be received as 120. 15I will be received as 121. 15J will be received as 122. 15K received as 123. 15L, like Larry, will be received as 124. 15M, as in Mary, 125. 15N, like Nancy, 126. 15O, 127. 15P, as in Paul, 128. 15Q, 129. 15R, 130. 15S, like Sam, 131. 15T, like Tom, 132. 15U, 133. 15V, like Victor, 134. And 15W, 135.
Dr. Boyka, while the clerk is, marking those photographs, how many entrance wounds were there to Martin Duque Aquino?
It's 8
Okay.
total, 8 gunshot wounds.
And when you were performing the autopsy, did you label the wounds?
Yes,
And why do you do that?
to describe these wounds and to see, it just for organization purposes, to put A, B, C.
Okay. And do you also label any exit wounds?
Yes,
What's the first thing you do during an autopsy?
first name.
What's the first thing you do?
First, I perform external examination of the body.
And then what?
And after that, during this examination, I describe all these wounds which I found on the body. And after that, I perform autopsy, internal examination of the body, and see what is direction of these wounds
Okay.
and injury from these wounds.
Okay. You just can wait a second. I'll go over these wounds with you.
Lawyers, can you get on let me speak to you sidebar for a moment, please.
Okay, so they're having a sidebar, and this is testimony that we have been waiting for and expecting at some point. This is the medical examiner, Dr. Yuri Boyko. He says he's an expert in forensic pathology. He's had his license in Florida since 2008, and now he's describing the wounds to victim Martin Duque.
And he testified that he's testified in over 200 cases, and that of the cases he's examined, when asked by the prosecutor how many involved gunshot wounds as a cause of death, and he said likewise 200. And then he's now gone on to describe seeing 8 entry wounds in this particular victim. The significance is going to go to a couple of the aggravating factors here: cold and calculated. It's going to go to heinous, atrocious, and cruel, the fact that one shot would have probably killed him. And he's going to ask him, when he's starting to identify these entry wounds, if he can pick one in particular that was the cause of death, if one had come in, if he can tell which one happened in sequence. That's what his expertise is going to be limited to. In a guilt or innocence case, they would have tendered him and qualified him as an expert witness. I'm a little surprised he hasn't done it yet. He may come back around to it, but the
Doctor, first I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 116. Is that Martin Duque Acquiano that you performed an autopsy on?
Yes.
Okay. And let's, since you labeled the wounds, like to go over wound A, which is reflected on photograph 119. Is that your wound A? You labeled that A?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to describe that to us and what the results of your examination were?
It's entrance gunshot wound on the right cheek of decedent.
Okay. And the path of the projectile?
Path of projectile, it came through the mandibular, through the tongue, and exit on the left upper chest, through the neck, and exit on the left upper chest.
What is assured skin abrasion?
Abrasion means superficial scraping of the skin, and when you see abrasion around the wound, it's marginal abrasion. We call it entrance wound. When bullet coming through the body, it makes scraping of the skin. It's marginal abrasion.
Okay. And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit marked 120. It's labeled B.
Yes, B is exit wound located on the left side of the chest, and you see this track of the bullet
Doctor,
through the neck.
we can put up for you can mark on the screen. Ian, could you help him with that?
Just his fingers. Okay. Yes, you can see this track of the bullet coming from the right cheek through the mouth, through the bones, through the left clavicle, and exit here.
Okay. And you label that A and B. That's the
Correct.
B is the exit wound of A, correct?
Yes, B is exit wound.
Okay. Now I will show you State's Exhibit marked 121, Dr. Boyko. And you have that labeled C and D.
Yes.
I don't know who's in charge of erasing the mark that's
I
on
am.
it. Okay.
Okay, got it.
I'm not doing a good job.
I mean, I don't know whose computer is controlling that.
Oh,
It's erased.
I erased it.
Okay, just wanted to let you.
No, I forgot.
Penetrating gunshot wound of the right side of the chest, it's marked by C. Penetrating means that bullet just came to the body and it's recovered from the body. Perforating means through and through. You have entrance and exit. So B is penetrating gunshot wound of the chest, on the chest, and it's marked with letter C. So it's entrance wound for gunshot wound B.
And did it exit or did you recover it in C?
I recovered projectile fragment from the left side of chest.
Okay. And at the entrance wound C that's
Yes.
described in Exhibit 121, what damage did that do?
It's perforate right rib number 4 and perforate pleura, right lung, mediastinum, left lung, and left posterior rib number 6. So bullet came here and come through the chest, perforating both lung, mediastinum, and I recovered it from the left side of the chest.
Okay. And on the same exhibit right below gunshot wound that you labeled C, Dr. Boyko, is a wound labeled D.
Yes, it's next gunshot wound, it's C, but entrance wound is D. It's penetrating gunshot wound of the right side of the chest also. So it's two entrance, C for second gunshot wound, which mark B, and D it's, let's mark it numbers. First to the right cheek was number 1 gunshot wound, second, which C is number 2 gunshot wound, and D number 3 gunshot wounds. So entrance wound is D on the right side of the chest. Bullet perforates the rib, also lung, and I recovered is from the right side of the chest.
Okay. And what damage did gunshot wound D do?
Perforation of the right lung and ribs. Also diagrams and liver. So it came down. Direction was through the lung and through the liver.
Okay. Doctor, I noticed if in gunshot wound, in gunshot C and gunshot D, they appeared different than the gunshot wound to his right cheek. Did you notice how it goes in? Is there a medical explanation
Yes.
for that?
Sometimes entrance wound has small marginal abrasion, like you can see on the first wound, which was on the right cheek. These two entrance wounds on C and D has some short abrasions. They call it short, but it's like shore. And it's because bullet was caused by tight clothing, and bullet perforating clothing makes abrasion, more large abrasion on the body by itself. But it's entrance wound still.
Okay. And now, Dr. Boyko, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit marked 122, and it's labeled M. Can you see that, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Let me erase that.
So it's number 4 gunshot wound, entrance wound M. It's perforating gunshot wound of the left side of lower torso. This wound perforates abdominal wall, peritoneum, intestine, left kidney, and exit on the left side of lower back. So exit wound mark letter N.
Okay. And State's Exhibit marked 123, and you have it labeled N.
Yes.
What is that?
It's exit wound for number 4.
Okay. And what damage did gunshot wound 4 or gunshot wound M do?
Yes, it perforates intestine and left kidney and left posterior rib number 11. Because perforation of the intestine and left kidney is hemorrhages consistent with
Okay.
this wound.
Okay, now I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 124, and you have it labeled E. Can you see that, Doc?
Yes,
Okay, what is that?
it's entrance wound for gunshot wound number 5 already. It's located on the right arm, and it has also this short abrasion, more large one. And this perforating gunshot wound, it has exit wound on the anterior medial surface of the right forearm. So this wound perforates muscles of the right arm, multiple muscles, and exit. So associated injuries include intramuscular hemorrhages of the right arm.
Okay. And you said it exits, and I'll show you State's Exhibit marked 125.
Yes, exit mark like letter F, it's exit of the wound.
Okay. And why, can you explain why that exit wound is so large compared to the entrance wound?
Yes, because it's high velocity gunshot wounds, and when it's high velocity, it's cause tumbling of the bullet with contact with soft tissue, and bullets start to tumbling and cause such a large exit wound.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit now, 126. And you have it labeled gunshot wound G.
Yes, it's entrance wound on the right forearm, and this bullet perforates muscles of the right forearm, bones like ulna and radius, and exit on anterior surface of right forearm. Exit will mark with letter H.
Okay. Now it's showing you State's Exhibit 127. And is this the exit wound that you're talking about, marked H?
Yes, it's exit wound.
Okay. Again, that appears a much larger exit wound than the entrance wound?
Yes, and in this particular gunshot wound, it's perforate both bones of the forearm, ulna and radius, so it's fragment of these bones also cause some wounds when it's coming out from the body. It's like small projectiles because bones broken and became some particles, some parts of the bones also. Like you can see it's around the wound, small wounds. So it's probably from bone fragments or bullet fragments which perforate the bones and fracture the bones.
All right, I now show you State's Exhibit marked 128, and you have it marked I.
It's perforating gunshot wounds of the left forearm. Perforating exit wound is on the lateral midline of the left forearm. So this wound perforate muscles of the left forearm and cause intramuscular hemorrhages.
And it exits?
Exit mark with letter J.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit marked 129.
Yes, it's exit wound.
Is that the exit from
Yes.
eye? Okay. And showing you gunshot wound that you labeled K in State's Exhibit 130. Could you tell us what K indicates?
It's perforating gunshot wound of the left hand.
Okay.
It's entrance wound. Wound
And is it-
perforates tissue of the left hand, bones, number 1, number 4, and exit on the, it's letter L. It's exit on the left hand, lateral midline of the left hand.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 131.
Yes, it's exit wound.
Is that the exit wound?
Yes,
Okay. Again, that appears to be much larger than the entrance wound.
yes, because bones are fractured and bullets probably were stumbled.
What is a defensive wound?
We call it classically wounds which you find on the extremities, on the hands and legs. We call it defense type of wounds because a person try to protect more vital organs like head and torso with extremities, with hands or with legs when they in lying position. So just by definition, wounds on the hands and legs we call defense types of wound.
Would State's Exhibit marked 130 that you just talked about, K, is that indicative, in your opinion, of a defensive wound?
Yes, because it's on the hand, on the arms. Looks like person try to protect himself with hands.
And it exits at L, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 132. What is that, Doctor?
It's projectile fragment.
And
Was recovered during autopsy from the body.
okay, and also State's Exhibit marked 133,
Yes.
and you have that marked liver.
Yes. It was recovered from the liver, this fragment. Projectile fragment recovered from the liver during autopsy.
And why is it so small?
Because it was for high velocity projectiles, usually when they strike the bones, they just blow up and on small fragments. And these fragments cause injury more dangerous because it's injured different organs. So this projectile fragment was recovered from the liver.
Okay. And I'll show you also State's Exhibit marked 134.
Yes, it's also projectile fragment.
Okay. And this is from Martin Duque Aquino, correct?
Yes,
And 132.
yes.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
There's fragments which was recovered during autopsy.
Okay. And what was, Dr. Boyko, what was the cause of death?
Cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
Which of the 8 gunshot wounds would have been, in your opinion, fatal in and of themselves?
One is to the head and neck, to the torso, to the chest, because it's perforating lungs and liver and cause extensive bleedings. Wounds to the extremities contributed also to the death because it caused bleeding, extensive bleeding. But the most lethal is to the head and to the torso.
Do you have an opinion as to how long Martin Duque Aquino would have lived before he would have died of these wounds?
Couple minutes.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit 135, Doctor, if you can tell me what that is.
Yes, you can see on it's an X-ray which was taken from the body, and this X-ray shows these small fragments. This one, this one, this one, all these small fragments. It's fragments of the projectiles in the body. As I said, when it's high velocity, it's usually striking the bones and and blow up for this disintegrated for small fragments. And you see these small fragments. Sometimes we call it snowstorm because it's like small fragments everywhere. So I recovered the largest fragments from these projectiles.
Based on your autopsy, Dr. Boyko, were you able to tell if any of the wounds were post-mortem or were they all ante-mortem, meaning before death and after death? Obviously.
Well, I think all wounds were ante-mortem because it was bleeding everywhere. When wound is post-mortem, you don't see bleeding. And all these wounds was with hemorrhagic projectile tracts. So it's ante-mortem before death.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just select these. Okay, Dr. Boyko, I want to now show you the State's exhibits. (16N), 16M, 16L, 16K, 16J, 16I, 16H, 16G, 16F, 16E, 16D, 16C, 16B, 16A, 23F, 15Z, 15Y, 15X. Show you these photographs. Dr. Boyko. Sir, you would hold them down and take a look at them. You recognize those?
Yes.
You performed an autopsy on Elena Petty?
Yes, I did.
And is that Elena Petty?
Yes.
Okay. And would these photographs, based on the identification numbers I read into the record, aid you in explaining the gunshot wounds to Elena Petty that you discovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer those exhibits, please.
Just like to make objection percentage to the MIL 12 as well as the arguments made before the witness took the stand. Thank you.
There's one that does not have 15. This one doesn't have an evidence sticker, and it's not any of the numbers that you called out.
Okay, I think it's the same thing that happened before, so.
Okay, so
May I put a,
do you want to have?
you have seen this photograph, right? Is that-
The ones that were announced for the record are 16A through N, then 15X, 15Y, 15Z, and then also 23F. Do you all want these back to see which,
Sorry,
do you want these back so you can see which numbers?
that we left out?
Yes.
Okay. 5M.
5M. You didn't announce 5M for the record. I don't know if you showed it to your witness.
No, I did.
Why
So
don't
I-
you clarify, just so
okay.
the record is
Okay.
clear, which one's his view, because I didn't hear 5M.
Doctor, I want to show you 5M. Do you recognize?
Yes,
And that's the Laney Petty that you performed the autopsy.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And doctor, when you, while the clerk is marking that, do you also weigh the body and determine height and weight?
Yes,
And what was the measurements and the age of Lena Petty?
the body was weighing 105 pounds, is 65 inches in length, and appear compatible with reported age of 14 years.
Okay. And Martin Duque, I didn't ask you about, if you don't mind.
The body is 183 pounds, 66 inches in length, and compatible with reported age of 14 years.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Over the defense objection, the exhibits will be received in the following order. 16A will be received as 137. 16B, 138. 16C, 139. 16D, 140. 16E, 141. 16F, 142. 16G, 143. 16H, 144. 16I, 145. 16J, 146. 16K, 147. 16L, 148. 16M as in Mary, 149. 16N like Nancy, 150. 5M like Mary is 136. 15X like X-ray is 151. 15Y, 152. 15Z like zebra, 153. And 23F like Frank is 154.
So if you're just joining us right now, that is the medical examiner who is on the stand. He is going through some photographs from an autopsy from the second victim. He's already spoken about the injuries to victim Martin Duque. These are now photographs, we believe, of victim Elena Petty.
And what we're going to hear when we get back after he's gone through these photos and the photos have been admitted is the same type of testimony he gave about the bullets and their paths and what caused Martin Duque to die, how long he lingered. He also mentioned what he termed a defensive wound, meaning that at some point in time while these 8 bullets were coming at him, or potentially more that didn't hit him, he reflectively just stuck his arm up to try and protect himself from it, showing that at some point while he was being shot, he was very much alive and aware of what goes on around him. This goes towards the aggravating factors, just showing exactly, we keep using this phrase, heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and cold and calculated, that this killing was. He also talked about the force of the bullets going through. Evidence that's...
Okay, Dr. Boyko, let's, with Elena Petty, I want to show you State's Exhibit 152. Could you please tell us what that reflects?
Well, it's photographs taken during autopsy and show wounds on her body, of decedent's body.
All right. You have gunshot wound A.
Yes, gunshot wound 8, it's entrance wound on the left breast. Bullet perforates the left lung, heart, ribs, and exit on left side of back.
And what damage did gunshot wound A do?
It perforates lungs and heart, so it's deadly gunshot wound.
The lung and the heart?
Yes.
Okay. And did it exit?
Exit on the left side of back.
Okay. And I'll show you State's Exhibit marked 153. Marked L.
Yes.
Is that the exit wound for gunshot wound A?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I'll show you State's Exhibit 152 that we've already discussed, where you described gunshot wound A. How about gunshot wound B?
Gunshot wound B, it's entrance wound, mark B, and this wound perforates left anterior rib number 7. After that, bullet was fragmented to multiple fragments, which perforates lungs, liver, kidney, and exit on left lateral side of torso.
Okay, and is that the exit wound C?
Yes.
Okay. And the damage that gunshot wound entrance B and exit wound C goes through the liver?
Fragments, yes.
Fragments, okay. And I'll show you now State's Exhibit marked 154, and you have labeled it gunshot wound N.
Yes.
Wait, let me get the N in here.
It's perforating gunshot wound of the left arm. It's entrance wound N.
Okay. And does it exit?
Yes, it's multiple exits because bullet perforates muscles and bones of the left arm, and it's, of course, produce multiple fragments, which has multiple exit wounds on the left arm.
Okay. And what did you label the exit wounds of entrance wound N?
I labeled D, E, F, G, and M.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit marked 158.
Yes, it's D.
It's D. Where is that on the body?
It's on the left arm, posterior surface of the left arm. It's here on the left arm.
And this is from entrance wound N?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 139 you have labeled E,
Yes,
and that's the same arm,
yes,
and that's the same gunshot wound?
yes.
How do you
Well,
explain?
I told already that this bullet perforates all bones on the left arm. It's high velocity gunshot wounds, and when projectile came, it's perforate bones on the left arm, ulna, radius, humerus, and all these bones, when it's blow up, it's produce multiple additional fragments which tears the skin and causes these multiple large exit wounds. It's like blow in the arms from high velocity bullet.
So, State's Exhibit 140, another you labeled F as, again, from gunshot wound N,
Yes,
and that's a continuation of
yes,
the blowing up of the bullet, okay? And State's Exhibit 141, you labeled G,
yes,
same bullet,
yes,
okay? And State's Exhibit number 142, which you labeled M, same bullet,
yes.
okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 143. Dr. Boyko, tell me what that is.
Well, K, it's entrance wound on the right leg,
Okay,
and this wound perforates muscles and exits on lateral surface of the right leg. So exit wounds are H, I, and J.
okay. And this, you can see J and H, right?
Yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 144. Looks like an H, but is that the I?
yeah,
Okay. So that's 4 gunshot wounds to Elena Petty?
yes.
And what was the cause of death of Elena Petty?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
All right, showing you, which one in them themselves were fatal, Dr. Boyko?
Which one? Little?
Yeah,
Of course, projectiles through the heart, through the lungs, through the torso, it's little gunshot wounds.
okay. And State's Exhibit marked 150.
Yes. Here, X-ray was taken when she was in uniform. That's why it's so many attributes there. But it's X-ray of her body, and you can see on the left arm, it's all bones fractured, ulna, radius, and here is, oops, sorry. How to remove it? Well, you can see fractured bones on the left arm, humerus, ulna, and radius. And all this stuff is from her uniform. And some small projectiles in the left chest here. I don't like these lines. May they remove?
To erase it for you?
Yes, please. Yes. You can see small fragments here and fragment here. That's what I recovered during autopsy.
Okay. And then I will show you State's Exhibit 149.
Yes, it's projectile which was recovered from the liver.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 148.
Yes, it's projectile was recovered from the body. It was in body bag attached to the body. When we receive body in body bag, it was attached to the surface of the body. So that's what I put, body bag projectile.
Okay, because that appears to be much larger than the little fragments in the other instances.
Yes, it means bullet came through the body and was just attached to the body.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 145.
It's projectile fragments which I recovered from the chest, from the right side of the chest.
And State's Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's projectile which was recovered from the from arm.
Okay. And showing you 151. Is that Elena Petty?
Yes.
Okay. And you said the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Hey, Dr. Boyko, now I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 16U, 16T, 16S, 16R, 16Q, 16P, 16O, and 5Q. Dr. Boyko, I'll ask you if you can identify these photographs. Can you? And they are, you performed the autopsy on Carmen Shentrum?
Yes, I did.
And is those photographs as a result of you performing an autopsy on Carmen Shentrum?
Yes.
And they truly and accurately depict the wounds reflected on the body when you examined her on Thursday, February the 15th, 2018?
Yes.
And with those photographs that you just examined, the numbers that I read out for identification assist you in illustrating to the court and the jury the nature of her wounds?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would like to offer those exhibits.
Is there an objection?
This moment, to the MIL 12 as well as argued if any trial would witness taking stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you are just joining us here, we are listening to the medical examiner who so far has talked about the autopsy photos of two victims so far, Martin Duque and Elena Petty. Now the attorneys are looking over, he's looking over the pictures to confirm that they are that of Carmen Shentrup, one of the victims in the shooting.
And much like he did with the first victim, Martin Duque, he's gone over with the second victim, Elena Petty, the gunshot wounds as he saw them coming in. He talked about a number, 4 gunshot wounds for her, some that shattered bones in her body, but one in particular that he said was the fatal wound that perforated her heart and her lungs.
And this is, this is...
State's Exhibit 5Q for identification will be received as State's
155.
So right now they're cataloging the evidence, and we're going to hear from him in a second.
160 will be received as 156. 156. 16P, 157. 16Q, 158. 16R, 159. 16S, 160. 16T like Tom, 161. 16U, 162.
And Dr. While the clerk is marking those, that,
Mr. Schatz, the jury needs a recess, a short recess.
okay, great.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just a 5-minute recess so you all can use the facilities, or as soon as you're done, we'll bring you back in and we'll finish the testimony of this witness, okay? Thank you. Do not discuss the case and leave your notepads on the chairs.
So as the jury takes this quick recess and as we listen in, we have noticed that there are
The jurors have exited, so just to keep you all in the loop, the sheriff's office passed me a note that one of the jurors needed to use the restroom right away.
Sure.
So that's the reason I cut you off.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll just take a 5-minute recess, long enough for the jurors to use the restroom, and then we'll continue. Doctor, if you need to walk around, that's fine. Just please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
And we'll finish you up in 5 to 10 minutes or however long it takes.
So what we noticed was that there were no family members that we could see of Martin Duque or Elena Petty in the gallery today as the medical examiner went over their autopsy photos. Although we have not seen the Pettys, we really haven't heard from Martin Duque's family members since the shooting, but at least we don't believe any of their loved ones are in the audience. And you have to wonder, David, is this something with the state give heads up to a family member to say, hey, listen, you may be hearing some pretty disturbing things?
Oh, they absolutely will. They'll let you know, when they're going to be discussing some rather graphic details about your loved one, and you hear more than just very graphic details. A medical examiner talking about cause of death, the number of bullets that entered the body, what path they took, and so out of courtesy and respect for these people, you let them know that this is what's going to happen, and it may not be a day that you want to be in courtroom to show support for your family and for the loved one you lost.
And I think for us listening, and for those of you who have been, watching online and watching this on television, it's been really tough to listen to this medical examiner speak in very matter-of-fact terms about how these young people died. Martin Duque, just 14 years old, shot 8 times, and the medical examiner went into detail about the gunshots. At one point, Mike Satz, the prosecutor, said, well, why is, in this particular wound, why is the exit wound so large? And the medical examiner said, well, it's high velocity. It tumbles and it picks up speed as it goes through the body.
Showing just the force of the weapon that was firing these bullets, the bullets themselves, and going again towards just how cruel this was, and the fact that he selected this particular weapon, knowing that it causes this much damage, this just reinforcing it to the jury how much damage it can cause and the type of severe force that it causes. And with Martin Duque, he talked about the fact that he had a defensive wound. So what that means is that he was still aware enough when these bullets were being fired at him to put his arm up in hopes of, it's just the body's natural reaction. Nobody at this point said which bullet entered first, which one was last. He talked about what bullet, with regard to each of both of these victims, was likely the one that caused them to die. So far, he said that they both died from massive gunshot wounds. And just, he did mention with Martin Duque how much time he lived with Elena Petty. He said that likely the bullet that perforated her lungs and her heart caused her to die instantly, so there wasn't really a time frame for that.
But just the idea that there was a possible defensive wound, that maybe he put up his hand because he knew what was happening. And it was so tough to hear that. And if you looked in the audience, his family wasn't there, but the dad of Luke Hoyer was. And just to see his face, because Luke Hoyer and Martin Duque were together, as we've heard through testimony over the last few days, they were together in the hallway when they were killed. And so clearly, you know, this is something that, you know, these parents know if they hear about Martin, that they're probably going to hear a similar thing, or just knowing that their own son may have experienced something similar is gut-wrenching. It's horrible.
And again, as hard and as gut-wrenching and as horrible as it is, state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt just these aggravating factors, and so that's why the medical examiner's going to have to do it. This medical examiner did not conduct all 17 autopsies, but we're going to hear testimony from 17 different autopsies in the same amount of detail that he's gone through now with 2 and working his way through the 3rd one. And that's part of what makes trials like this so difficult to watch for people who are not involved. And the jurors have to be shown this evidence, they have to be shown this information, because they're going to then use that to reflect on whether or not the aggravating factors exist, whether they're outweighed by the mitigating. And they're talking about the power and the force behind a gun that was specifically chosen by this defendant, showing premeditation and what he was going to do.
Well, and not just the power of the gun, but you remember the medical examiner was also asked about the victims, and so he talked about their height and their weight. Elena Petty, just 14 years old, 105 pounds, you know, 5'5", I think. You know, so she was a young, small person. And he talked about the power of the gunshots into her body. So I think you're right. I think these are facts of the case, and they're facts that are being brought to this jury, who, by the way, if you're wondering why we're not seeing it, the jury is seeing all of these photos. They all have a screen in their box. They each have their individual screen, and the attorneys as well. The family members, the people in the audience, they don't see that. The screens are turned off. They are listening to the medical examiner describe the photos, but they're not actually seeing it. Not that that makes it any better for them or any easier.
And keep in mind that a lot of what the medical examiner is describing in the amount of force, some of that is captured on that surveillance video. And so these jurors have seen, if they can recall the testimony from victims that were identified during the course of showing these surveillance photos and video, exactly now they're being explained to by an expert what it was that was happening to them as they saw the bullets go through. I think that we did hear testimony about some of this as they were describing, well, who's that there in the stairwell, or who's that there in that particular video, and so now it's piecing together for these jurors exactly what happened.
Well, David, that's what you were talking about. Sort of the state right now is, you know, weaving the narrative of what happened and taking facts from what happened that day and putting them together in a way that the jury then, whether they're taking notes or not, maybe their memory is jogged. Oh, that's right. I remember hearing about Martin Duque because he was with this student. I remember he was in this classroom and he was in the hallway because that was testimony that we heard from a couple of days ago. So they're able to put into their minds what happened that day, and that builds their case to show what was happening in these aggravating factors, the cold, calculated, premeditated ways of the shooter.
Exactly. And, you know, again, as difficult as it is to hear, that's the state's obligation. And 17 times they're going to have to go through this. And for the 17 times that they have to go through this, the jurors are going to have to go back into the jury room with their verdict form on the penalty phase here. And they're going to have to say, okay, this is, you know, the verdict for Martin Duque. Do the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating? Well, what do we recall from the surveillance video that we saw take place? What do we recall from the medical examiner's testimony as to what his cause of death was? How did he suffer, if he suffered at all? and then couple that with the factors that overlap as to all of them, and all it takes is one aggravating factor to find that there is sufficient aggravating factors to warrant.
Although the state says there are 7, that they have 7 aggravating factors that they believe the jury will find.
And they can find one or more. All it takes is one, but they may find multiple aggravating factors for each of these victims and then balance that against whatever mitigation the defense is going to present down the road to determine, how they're going to come back and weigh out on this. But again, as painful as it is to watch this 17 times, these jurors are going to have to go back and make 17 separate decisions as to 17 separate victims.
Do you think that we are going to hear from medical examiners 17 times in a row? I mean, obviously, we don't think that the same medical examiner examined all 17 of these victims. So we will be hearing from this doctor, Yuri Boyko, with the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. He likely examines several of these victims.
He came in with a number of files.
Okay,
maybe 5, maybe 6, don't know how many, but so we'll hear his testimony. I don't know that they're going to present all 17 autopsies in a row. It's a lot for a jury to listen to, and at some point it has to be broken up. And so perhaps they will close today with this medical examiner's testimony. They'll publish the pictures they introduced earlier today, send them out for the weekend, and then come back Monday and not resume with another medical examiner, but perhaps with more testimony about how this took place, what statements were made. There are a number of other physical pieces of evidence that are going to be introduced here. There's also statements that Cruz made before the attack, after the attack.
Sure.
Again, breaking it up for these jurors so they don't have to sit through 17 autopsies.
I will tell you, I was not expecting to hear from a medical examiner. I think you and I were talking about this, and because of the interviews that were done earlier and the witnesses that we heard from earlier, the law enforcement officers, and the fact that some of these law enforcement officers responded on scene, described seeing Cruz's vest and gun, I was thinking that maybe we were going to start seeing some physical evidence today, maybe some bullet casings, perhaps even the weapon, but instead that the state brought up this medical examiner, and maybe this is, as you mentioned, a way to break it up and to close down the week with a powerful image for these jurors
to take home. And it's certainly going to be a powerful image you're going to take home. I mean, it's about 3:30 now. He's been through 2 of the autopsies. We started a little bit later. It's taken a little over an hour to get through all of this. If he's going to do 5 or 6, it'll take us to the close of the day. And you're right. This was perhaps his way to break things up. A little bit of physical evidence in the morning, these autopsies in the afternoon, sending them out with this to think about over the weekend, and then come back and not jump into the autopsies. Maybe now that they've heard about how powerful this weapon is, maybe now is the time that he's going to then introduce the weapon itself so they can see it.
Oh, well, think about this. I mean, if you have jurors who have children at home, and obviously they're not supposed to talk about the case with anyone, but if they are thinking about a victim who is maybe a similar age to a loved one of theirs, and the way that this person died, you're coming home and you're seeing a loved one, and you're just like, wow. I mean,
that's got to make an impression on you, and it's something, and that's what they're hoping to carry on through the weekend. Look, we've asked these jurors, the people in the courtroom. As a lawyer, you ask jurors to put aside your personal life and focus on what you're hearing in the courtroom. And the hardest part is that they have to sit through evidence that may take days, that may take weeks, and then they have to go home to their regular life. Can't talk about it with anybody who's there. They can't unload about what they've heard with anybody. And they really can't unload with anybody in the jury room either, because they're not supposed to talk about the evidence until they've received everything that they're to consider before they go into their verdict.
We've been asked the question, actually, by a couple of viewers, are these jurors being sequestered? Are they being put up in a hotel? And in this case, they're not. They go home.
Right. Go back to their homes, to their loved ones, and then abide by what the judge has asked them to do. Don't discuss this with anybody. Don't tell anybody what's going on. You can tell them you're a juror in a trial, and that when it's all over, you'll let them know what you heard and what you've been told.
We've also been asked by some viewers and even some folks here at Local 10, gosh, do you think that this is going more quickly than we expected? Because initially the judge and some officials in the court had said to reporters and potential jurors, this thing could go 4 to 6 months. But already this is week 1, and we've heard from, we're on witness number 48 right now from the state.
A lot of the reason it's going a lot faster is there's no cross-examination. So for every direct examination, you're entitled to cross-examine, and in cases where there is guilt and innocence that's being determined, there's a lot of extensive cross-examination. Sometimes it's at least as long as a direct examination, if not half as long. So without the cross-examination of, 48 witnesses here, we had one witness that they asked 3 questions of. So now all of that time is not being included. There's also prior rulings that have been made in the evidence, and so although they told them, look, you might have to put away 4 months of your time or even 6 months, if it moves quicker, that's a bonus for everybody involved. Better to tell somebody to expect a much longer time and be done a lot faster. But keep in mind, there's going to be a delay in the middle of this for some expert hearings that have already been scheduled, and then the defense has asked for a 45-day delay after the state's done. The court hasn't ruled on it yet. She's expecting some additional briefing over the weekend. She may not give them 45 days. She may only give them 15. She may give them 30, but that's going to build in. And so the problem with that is that the jurors are going to have heard all of this. They've taken notes about all of this, and then there's going to be this break. But the actual presentation of the evidence, it might only take the state at this rate 2 or 3 weeks.
But procedural issues may push some things back, right? Exactly. And then there's also the question, and I know there was a meeting about this yesterday, and we'll hopefully learn more about this, but the site visit, when these jurors are able to go and probably get on a bus with deputies and members of the court to go and actually see the 1200 building, which, and we should just mention this because there are some people who don't realize that 1200 building hasn't been touched. It's still there. It's a crime scene. Hasn't been knocked down. It's a crime scene. It has high security around it, and there will likely be a visit by these jurors to take a look at these classrooms. So they've heard the narrative, they've seen the autopsy photos, they've seen some pictures, they've seen surveillance video, but there's nothing like actually seeing in person what happened and where it happened.
And as powerful as the testimony from the victims who survived has been, as powerful as the video we saw yesterday about how he left and where he went and what he did, as powerful as the surveillance was showing him in the act of committing these crimes, and then as heart-wrenching and powerful as the medical examiner's testimony is, the thing that in all likelihood is going to put these jurors over the top is to take them to the crime scene, which you've described, and we all know hasn't changed since Valentine's Day in 2018.
And keep in mind, I'm describing it based on information that I have. I haven't seen it. I can't imagine seeing it. Nobody has. I mean, there have been a couple of pieces of cell phone video that we've seen, but again, to see it in person will have an impact on these jurors. And from the sounds of the discussions yesterday, they want these jurors to be able to go not only into the building, but to walk into the classrooms that we've heard them talk about. 1213, 1215, 1216, the classes on the 3rd floor, the hallways, the bathrooms. Right. They want them to see it all because in the state's opinion, these are part of these aggravating factors that are going to push them over the edge, and they're going to really make it tough for the defense to overcome with any mitigating factors. Just in general terms, to have these jurors and to have them unanimously agree on life or death, how difficult is that? I mean, you have people who some, people have very strong opinions about the death penalty. Others maybe not so much. And to have, people from different walks of life in one room trying to figure out what they're going to do with the fate of this one person who's confessed to killing 17 and injuring 17 others. Right. How hard is that?
We know history tells us it's not impossible because there have been death penalty verdicts throughout this country for a variety of crimes that have been committed. And so the question becomes, for those people that have that belief that death is an appropriate penalty, or those that have the opposite belief that there is no crime that's been committed for which the death penalty would be appropriate, is viewing all this evidence going to change their opinion one way or the other? And that's not just somebody who feels that death is an appropriate penalty. that it's not going to change your opinion, but there could be somebody who, coming into this, they felt death was an appropriate penalty, and then after they saw all of this, something changed them and triggered them just the other way, where someone might feel that life is the appropriate punishment. There's more suffering, that this person's going to have to think about what he did every day, and it's too good for him to allow his life to be over. They may view all of this, and that'll flip the switch for them and change their mind. But the very long-winded answer to your question is, it's not impossible, and it's happened before, and with 17 different death penalty phase verdict forms, based on what we've seen so far for just now 2 victims, including their autopsies, it's possible there could be 17 death sentences handed down.
And that's what the state is hoping for.
That's what they're searching for.
That's the case that they're building right now. So you can see that it looks like people are starting to come back into the courtroom. The defendant is there. Is the jury back in? The jury may be. I don't know if the jury is back in. If you're just joining us, or if you have been following this, you may know that the jury wanted to take a quick restroom break, about a 5-minute break. This was in between the testimony of the medical examiner, Dr. Yuri Boyko, who was on the stand talking about the wounds of 14-year-old Martin Duque, as well as Elena Petty. And our next victim, unfortunately, that he'll be discussing is Carmen Schentrup. There were some pictures, some autopsy photos of her that were being examined, and as the jurors come back in, everybody's rising for the jurors to come back in, and the thinking is that his testimony will continue with victim Carmen Schentrup.
Jurors are present. You all may be seated. State whenever you're ready, you can continue with your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Boyko was going to talk about Carmen Schentrup. Showing you State's Exhibit 55. Is that Carmen Schentrup you performed the autopsy on?
Yes.
Yes. And State's Exhibit 156.
Yes.
And what were the measurements and age of Carmen Schentrup?
The body is 134 pounds, 72 inches in length, and compatible with reported age of 16 years.
And when you performed your autopsy, Dr. Boyko, how many entrance gunshot wounds?
5.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 157, and you have a gunshot wound labeled A. Would you describe that wound for us, please?
Yes, it's gunshot wound A in the right temporal skull. To the head, perforates skull and brain, and you see that brain was coming out from the skull because of the high velocity of the projectile.
Okay. Why does a high velocity projectile do that where a lower velocity projectile would not?
Because it's very high energy of these projectiles. High velocity creates very high energy, so damage is very significant. That's what I show on previous wounds, and on this one. I never saw this on low velocity, because on low velocity you see entrance and exit wound, but when it's high velocity, it's like blow up.
Okay. And what was the path of this projectile, the wound A?
And this projectile, path of the wound, it's perforating skull, dura, and brain, and I recovered fragments of projectile from the brain.
Would this wound in and of itself cause death?
Excuse me?
Would this wound in and of itself be fatal?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 158. Could you explain wounds B, C, and D?
Wound B is entrance wound on the right breast, and C it's exit wound, so it's practically very superficial gunshot wound. It's perforate practically soft tissue and just cause hemorrhages in soft tissue because it's B entrance, C exit. And wound D, it's graze wound. Graze means it's completely superficial. It just striking the skin and causes a large laceration on the skin.
Okay. And showing you now State's Exhibit 159. And you have that labeled E.
Yes, it's perforating gunshot wound of the right arm. E is entrance wound, and F is exit wound. This wound perforates muscles of the wound and exits on the right arm. Exit wound is F.
Okay. And showing you now 160, and you have this labeled F. Is that the exit wound that you were just telling us about?
Yes, it's exit wound.
And the graze wound that you mentioned as wound number 5, H, where would that be?
H, graze wound on the left forearm.
Okay.
It's another graze wound.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 161.
Yes, it's projectile fragments which I recovered from the head.
Okay. Okay. And what was the cause of death of Carmen Chentry?
Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds.
Which one, A, you said would be fatal in
Yes.
itself? B and E?
No, it's just superficial gunshot wounds.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibits 17J, 17I, 17H, 17G, 17F, 17E, 17D, 17C, 17B,
What was the last one, please?
17B,
T?
and before that was 17C, and 17A. Oh, I went too fast.
No.
16Z. 16Y, 16X, 16W, and 16V. And ask you, Dr. Boyko.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Do these photographs accurately and truly depict the wounds on Meadow Pollock as they existed on Thursday, February 15, 2018?
Yes.
And Dr. Boyko, would these photographs help you in illustrating to the court the nature of the wounds and the cause of death and to the jury?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to offer 17J, 17I, 17H, 17Z, 17F, 17E, 17B, 17C, 17B, 17A, 16Z, 169 is already noted, 16X, 16W, 16 and 16B.
Not 16Y?
You know, that may be 169, it's already been, no, it's 16Y.
16Y?
Yeah.
Defense, any objection?
Yes, ma'am, we object to percentage D and MIL 12 as well as the arguments made prior to the witness taking the stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over the defense objection, the exhibits will be entered in the following order. 16B like Victor, 163. 16W, 164. 16X like X-ray, 165. 16Y, 166. 16Z, 167. 17A, 168. 17B, 169. 17C, 170. 17D, 171. 17E, 172. 17F, 173. 17G, 174. 17H, 175. 17I, 176. And 17J, 177.
Thank you, Your Honor. While the clerk is doing that, Dr. Boyko, I want to show you Stacy's Exhibit 110 that's already been introduced in evidence, and it's at Meadow Pollock.
Yes.
Okay. And height, weight, age.
The body is 110 pounds, 58 inches in length, and appear compatible with reported age of 18 years.
And how many entrance wounds, gunshot entrance wounds?
6.
Okay.
Well, it's 7.
Okay. Maybe we can do this, Your Honor. While the clerk is watching, we just wanted to show Dr. Boyko a little segment of Meadow Pollock in the hallway. Just,
This is an exhibit that's already in evidence?
yeah, it's already
Yeah,
done.
and just renew our objection to that, to S19 based on previous arguments. Thank you.
Okay, so noted.
Doctor, it'll appear on your screen. I just want you And no, I don't want to do the whole thing,
It's just the first.
just the one little phase. See her lying there with the yellow circle, doctor?
Yes,
And movement?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, it's enough.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Doctor, first I'd like to show you what you marked as wound L, and it's 164 in evidence. Is that the first gunshot wound that you marked?
Yes.
Okay. And
Gunshot wound to the head, it's graze gunshot wound. So it's not penetrate directly to the head. It was like tangential, just shot the skull of the head. But because it's high velocity and high energy, it caused fracture of the skull, it caused injury of the brain, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and contusion of the brain. Even was it tangential, even the bullet not come inside the head, it caused much injury to the head.
okay. And now, doctor, I'd like to show you Stig's Exhibit 165 that you have marked F.
Yes, it's perforating gunshot wound of the left side of back. It's entrance wound. This wound perforates posterior rib number 7, and after that projectile fragmented to multiple fragments. And these fragments perforates left lung, vertebra number 8, thoracic vertebra, right lung, right lateral rib number 6, and exit on the right lateral surface of torso.
What did it do to the spinal cord?
Final exit wound was B, but it was exit wound just from one of fragments. Many fragments just stay in the body, small fragments.
Okay, and the spinal cord, was there any damage?
Yes, because thoracic vertebra number 8 was perforated by fragments. So associated injuries include thoracic vertebra number 8 fracture and spinal cord transection by this projectile fragment.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 166, you mentioned D.
Yes, it's exit wound.
Okay.
It's not just one, you see, it's a large one and two small ones. It's from projectile fragments.
Okay.
And some projectile fragments still in the body.
Okay. Now I'll show you State's Exhibit marked 167, and you have it marked as entrance wound E.
Yes, it's perforating gunshot wound of the left shoulder. This wound perforates scapula, muscles of the left shoulder, and cause fracture of the scapula and intramuscular hemorrhages. It's exit on the left side of upper back.
Okay. And you labeled the exit wound D.
Yes.
Okay, showing you State's Exhibit Mark 68, 168.
It's just exit of one of fragments.
And the D illustrates where it exited?
Yes, D is exit wound of this fragment.
Okay. And I'll show you...
All right, we have temporarily lost the signal to the courthouse right now, so we're working to establish that. It may be something on their end. We're working on it. But we will tell you that right now we have been listening to the medical examiner talking about some of these different victims. He was just describing the wounds to Meadow Pollock, shot 6 times. He says she was shot at one point in the head. And once again, he talks about the high velocity, the power of this weapon, and how it entered at one point into her head. It penetrated. She had intramuscular hemorrhages. Again, David, you were saying tough testimony, heartbreaking testimony to hear, but very important for the state's case.
It is, and it gives, again, I know I keep saying this, and it gives the jurors just an insight as to how powerful this weapon is. That's why the doctor is talking about that, the damage that it causes, and the fact that this was the gun that Cruz selected to use to cause this death, damage, and destruction. And so it's important for the state to be able to introduce this testimony about just how ferocious a weapon this gun is, what it did to these victims, and to convince these jurors that it's an aggravating factor amongst many that they're talking about, and enough for them to vote in favor of the death penalty. It looks like we're back.
All right, let's listen.
Separates muscles of the left hip and exit on the left buttock.
Left buttock?
Yes.
Okay, and you had that labeled H, and I show you
Yes.
State's Exhibit 172.
Yes, that's the exit.
And that's the exit wound H?
Yes.
Okay. And next, State's Exhibit 173, you have it labeled G.
Yes, it's entrance wound of the right buttock. It's penetrating gunshot wound of the right buttock.
And what damage, if any, did that do?
Yes, this bullet perforates muscles of buttock and head of the right femur and pelvis bones, and disintegrated to the small projectiles fragments, which been not recovered because it was very small and like blow up. You can see it's on X-ray, small projectiles, like snowstorm.
And you indicated there was a ballistic impact point in injury K, and I show you again 171. What is that?
Well, when these bullets strike the walls or hard surface, they are disintegrated, and all these small projectiles flying like ballistic, and they cause ballistic injury. It's very small, like K, and penetrate the body like projectile, like separate projectiles. But it's small projectile fragments.
And what was the cause of death of Meadow Pollock?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay. Which of the 7 wounds that you described would have been fatal in and of itself?
Gunshot wound to the head, cause injury of the brain, and gunshot wound to the torso, which perforates lungs, thoracic vertebra, transects spinal cord. So head and torso gunshot wounds cause death.
Okay, and I have a perspective view in 174. Does this show the wounds to her
Yes.
back?
Yes.
Okay. And now I show you State's Exhibits 175.
Yeah, it's projectile fragment from back. And body came to the autopsy to our office in body back, and when we removed the body, we found this projectile fragment which was attached to the body.
Okay, and showing you State Exhibit 176.
Yes, these projectile fragments I removed from the chest of the decedent.
Okay. And that's an illustration, Doctor, of how the projectile breaks up?
Yes, disintegrated.
Okay. Your Honor, go ahead. Did you say something?
No?
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Dr. Boyko.
Okay.
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, I have a long witness. Do you want me to start now, or do you do?
Please.
Okay, then I will. Danny Christian.
So we just heard from Yuri Boyko, medical examiner who examined the bodies of Martin Duque, Elena Petty, Carmen Schentrup, and Meadow Pollock, going into excruciating detail about the nature of their wounds, not for shock factor, but because those are the facts of the case, right, and the state is laying out their case.
This is a homicide case. This is a death penalty phase of a capital case. And those are the facts that are going to come in. The state has an obligation. And we talked about this before. They're going to do this 17 times. And they have to do it because the jurors have to go back as to each individual person who died and find these aggravating factors.
The prosecutor asked, should we wrap up for the day because I have a long witness? And the judge said, nope, let's go ahead, let's do it.
It didn't get very much done today, unfortunately. 3 short witnesses this morning, and this is now just 1 witness this afternoon, so she intends to keep pushing them forward on Friday.
Let's take a listen.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Detective Danny Christian. My last name is spelled Krystyan.
Could you repeat that one more time? K-R-Y.
Krystyan.
Thank you.
And your occupation, sir?
I am currently employed by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I am a crime scene detective. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 21 years.
Okay. And how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
I've been assigned to the crime scene unit for approximately 8 years.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Where were you? And tell me how you responded to a certain allegation.
That day I was at the office, and I was advised by my supervisor to respond to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas campus in reference to a shooting.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
I arrived there approximately 4:15.
Okay. And I want to show you State's exhibits. First, State's exhibit. It's already been introduced in evidence. State's exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, sir? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is an aerial view of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas campus, and this is from the viewpoint of looking from northeast to southwest.
Okay. And now show you State's exhibit. Well, let me show you these for identification. I want to show you State's exhibits 7L, 7K, 7J, 7N, and 7M. Can you identify those?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do those photographs truly and accurately depict Building 12 as it existed February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to offer these exhibits.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, states, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Seven J will be received as 178, 7K 179, 7L like Larry 180, 7M like Mary 181, and 7N like Nancy 182.
Okay, first I'd like to show you, Mr. Christian, State's Exhibit 181. What does that show?
That is the east side of Building 12,
Okay.
and that's east looking west.
Okay.
Mr. Sets, there are markings on the screen. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get it lighter, so it's hard to see. Ian, is there any way to get that any lighter, you think, or just a photograph?
That's just a photograph, sir.
Okay. Do me a favor, Detective Christian, would you circle the double doors? Can you see it? And how about the stairwell door?
That may be right there.
Okay, right there? Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit number 178. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is it?
That appears to be the south side of Building 12.
Okay. And 179?
That is the north side of Building 12.
Okay. And 180?
That is also the north side of Building 12, just a different angle.
Okay. And 182?
That is an aerial view of Building 12 and Building 13.
Okay. Which one is Building 12?
Building 12.
You can use you know how to use the illustrator?
Building 12.
Right.
Circled there, and Building 13 would be on the left. I'll put a little square there.
Okay. Very good. Okay, after you took the photographs of the exterior, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went inside, did you have a particular assignment?
Yes, I was the lead forensic detective for the first floor.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means it was my job to document all of the evidence on the first floor and to collect it, to process it, and to author a report.
Okay. Did you figure out a way to do it? Because it's a lengthy hall and classrooms, right?
Yes, because it was such a large crime scene, what we did is we divided it up into quadrants. And you're going to hear my testimony today a little bit about quadrants, so I'll explain it a little to you. We started on the west side of Building 12 on the first floor, and the quadrants went every 20 feet. So when you hear quadrant 1-1, that would start on the west side of Building 12 on the first floor, and every 20 feet would be another quadrant. So 0 to 20 feet would be quadrant 1-1. The second quadrant would be 1-2, which would be 20 feet to 40 feet. And then quadrant 1-3 would be 40 feet to 60 feet, and so on, all the way up to quadrant 1-10. Now, quadrant 1-10 ended with the double doors on the east side. The building, or the hallway, wasn't quite 200 feet, so it was a little bit shorter than 20 feet. That's the only quadrant that isn't quite 20 feet. It was a little bit smaller.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit Mark 7-0. And does that diagram illustrate, well, what does it illustrate?
It illustrates the quadrants that are on the hallway, and it's basically a schematic of the first floor.
Okay. Is that true and accurate? I mean, it's not to...
Not to scale, but
scale.
yes.
Can I go first?
Sure.
It's not to scale, right?
It's not to scale.
So, but it illustrates how you divide it up to
That's
quadrants?
correct. Yes,
and
it
where
is.
the classrooms are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 7-0.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, State's Exhibit 7-0 will be received as 183.
Okay, Detective Christian, it's now 183. So, is that what you were explaining to the jurors, exactly how you did the quadrants?
Yes, it starts west, works its way east.
Okay,
And
so which way is west?
Okay, west is on this side here,
What? Okay.
and this side would be the east,
Okay.
and over here would be north, and this would be south.
Okay. And you started on the west side, right?
Correct.
And how wide are the quadrants?
They're all 20 feet, except for the very last one, which is 110, which is probably about 10 feet, and the reason being the hallway wasn't quite 200 feet long.
Okay. Now, there are 10 classrooms on the first floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what's the first thing that you did? Did you do the hallway first?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibits 7X, 7Z, 7S, 11K, 8B, 8A, 7P, and 5I. And first, let me show you 5I. And do you recognize who that person is?
I do.
Okay. Who is that?
This is victim Luke Hoyer.
Okay. And showing you the rest of the exhibits, what did they depict? Did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did they accurately and truly depict the hallway and items in the hallway when you went in the building, 1200 building, on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer the exhibits with the identification numbers I just read out.
Okay, is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, we object to DMIL 12 as well as arguments made prior to witness taking stand.
Okay, thank you, so noted. Over the defense objection, the exhibits will be entered in the following order. 5I is received as 183. 7P,
There's already 183.
hold on, guys. Go through the other thing, you know. Okay, excuse me. 5I will be received as 184. 7P as in Paul, 185. 7S, 186. 7X, like X-ray, 187. 7Z, 188. 8A, 189. 8B, 190. And 11K, 191.
Okay, Detective Christian, I want to show you State's Exhibit 185. Okay, you take that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 184, you identified that as Luke Hoyer?
Correct.
Okay. So Mr. Hoyer was laying right there?
That's correct.
Okay. Where, with reference to your schematic of quadrants?
That would be quadrant 1-7.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 190, what classroom is that? Do you recall?
That would be classroom 1215, I believe.
1215, okay. Good. And now I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 188. Okay, what does that show?
So that's a view of classroom 1216, and then to the left of that is some evidence that I collected, and on the floor would be broken glass, multiple fired cartridges, and then just to the left you could just see the leg of victim Luke Hoyer.
Okay. And I want to show you 187. And do I have that up right now?
If you have it. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so is that a close-up of what I just showed you in State's Exhibit 188?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is there?
So what I see there is there's a 10-round magazine there.
Would you circle that?
I
Do you know
can.
how to work that?
And when I say a magazine, for those who aren't familiar with firearms, a magazine is the accessory in a firearm that holds the bullets. And when we talk about capacity, that would be the number of bullets that it would hold. Magazines are also known as, sometimes people call them a clip, but that would be the part that gets inserted into the firearm.
Okay, and are there some casings?
Yeah, there's multiple casings you can see in this photograph. I'll put X's on those. There's some here, and there's some up here.
Okay. And then what else is there?
So there's also a backpack. Just to the right of the backpack is a camel shirt, and to the right of that camel shirt is a black ski mask. So the ski mask there.
And 186, is that put in perspective as to the door of 1216 and where those items were?
That's correct.
Okay. And showing you now 191. Oh, wait a minute.
So that's another magazine. It's a 30 round magazine. It was on the north wall, and that one contained 9 live rifle rounds.
Okay. And 189.
So this is on the south side of the hallway. This is another 30 round capacity magazine, and then next to it there are a couple of fire cartridges.
And you took all those items into custody, I would assume, correct?
I did.
Okay, let me show you now. State's Exhibit marked 7R for identification. Take a look at that.
Yes. So this is the backpack that was in the photograph that I recovered from the hallway.
Okay. Now at this time, I'd like to offer 7R.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Without objection, 7R will be received as states 192.
And okay, State Exhibit marked 7T.
Okay. This is a single edge blade knife that was recovered from inside the backpack.
Okay. Did you swab this?
I did.
You did? Your Honor, I'd like to offer State Exhibit 7T.
Is there any objection?
Just Rule 401, please.
Okay, states 7T, T as in Tom will be received as 193.
And State Exhibit 8F.
So this was the black ski mask that I recovered from the hallway.
And did you swab that also?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 8F.
Is there an objection?
Just Rule 401, please.
Okay, states 8F will be received as 194.
And I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 7W.
Okay, so these are the 3 magazines that I recovered from the hallway, and these 9 live rounds came out of one of the magazines.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 7W.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 7W will be received as 195.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Detective Christian, now these magazines are 195. So would you just show the jurors which one's the 10-round magazine?
This one's a 10 round magazine here, and these are both 30 round. This is the one that was on the north wall with the 9 live rounds. This one was on the south wall,
Okay.
and that one was empty.
Okay. The 10-round was empty,
Correct.
and the 30-round was empty?
One of the 30 rounds, the other one had 9 live rounds.
Okay. Just want to show you. State's Exhibit marked 7D. Let's see if we can identify this.
Yes, this is the live rifle round that I found inside the backpack.
Inside the backpack.
That's correct.
You know what caliber that is?
It looks like a .223.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer a 7B.
V like Victor?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 7V like Victor will be received as States 196.
Okay, Detective Christian, after, oh, wait a second.
So stick with us as the picture and the audio seems to have frozen here, but this is Detective Danny Christian with the Broward Sheriff's Office. He is a crime scene detective, a forensics detective, and he just testified to what he was able to recover when he went into the crime scene. And we actually then got to see some of the things that were recovered. Looks like we have our picture back, so let's take a listen.
Also, the phone, it also has a projectile sight in the middle of the phone.
Okay, now I want to show you. States Exhibit 8D for identification.
Yes, this is the same laptop.
The same laptop was reflected in the photograph?
Yes.
That you showed? Okay. And the cable of the Volvo is?
It does.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer States Exhibit 8D.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 8D for identification will be received as 197.
And now I want to show you States Exhibit 8C.
Yes, this is the same cell phone that was on the floor in the hallway with the bullet hole in the middle.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to offer, Your Honor, States Exhibit 8C.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, States 8C as in Charlie will be received as States 198.
Your Honor, if I could, can I ask Detective Christian to step down and illustrate to the jurors where the bullet hole was in this laptop?
Sure, and if Ms. McNeil, if you or any of the lawyers want to move so you can see what's being shown, you may do so.
Mr. Secor, thank you, Judge.
So the projectile site is here. Yeah, he knows sign.
So your projectile site is right here, and that would be an exit based on the beveling of the plastic. And then this would be the entrance based on an inward beveling. Anybody else need to see it?
Christian, you can have a seat. Thanks. All right, so after you went down the hall, did you go to inside any of the classrooms?
Yes, I went into 1216. Well, I went into all the classrooms, but evidence collected in 1216, 1214, 1213, and 1215.
Okay. I want to show you now States Exhibits 5B, 5P, 8P, 8Q, 8N, 8I, and 8J. And I'd like you to take a look at these photographs and tell me if they accurately and truly depict the inside of classroom 1216 as existed on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, and the people that were in that room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 5B, 5P, 8P, 8Q, 8N, 8I, 8J.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, we object to DMIL 12 as well as the arguments made during the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over the defense objection states 5B will be received as 199. States 5P as in Paul will be received as 200. States 8I will be received as 201. 8J will be received as 202. 8N will be received as 203. 8P will be received as 204. And 8Q will be received as 205.
Detective Christian, while clerk is marking that, I want to show you State's Exhibit 136 that's already been introduced in evidence. And did you see that young lady in 1216?
Yes, it's victim Elena Petty.
Okay. I'd like to show you now Detective Christian, State Exhibit 201. Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
And is that how you found that young man?
Yes, it's victim Alex Schechter.
Okay. And close up 202. And that's where he was in the classroom, right?
Yes, that appeared to be his final position.
Okay. And 202, close up the way he was over the chair?
Yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 200. Do you know who that is?
That's victim Alex Schechter.
State's Exhibit 204.
That's a photograph of two victims in 1216. That would be victim Elena Petty, and the other victim next to her is victim Alyssa Eldadef.
Okay. And Eleni Petty that you've already identified, is she the one in the ROTC uniform?
That's correct.
And showing you State's Exhibit 199. Who is that?
That's victim Alyssa Eldadef.
And State's Exhibit 205. Could you give us some perspective as to what that is?
That is the blood stain pattern that was near their body on the north wall.
Okay. And if I show you again 204, where would
That would be this area, right?
you have
This
the
doesn't want to work.
tell
But it was just next to the head of Alyssa.
Okay. Okay. What's the next classroom that you went into?
1214.
Okay, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit now. 5E, 5O, 8X, 8W, 8, did I say 8S before? 8S, 8T, 8R, and I got to remark this one because it just says F. Maybe that is F. Okay.
Yes, these are photographs of classroom 1214.
Photographs of Classroom 1214. Do they actually depict Classroom 1214 and the people that were inside Classroom 1214 as it existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Christian, you took these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer these exhibits.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. We renew our objection pursuant to DMIL 12 as well as the arguments made during the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, over the defense objection states 5E will be received as 206. 5O will be received as 207. 8R 208. 8S 209. 8T 210. 8W 211. And 8X like X-ray 212. I don't think there's enough. Oh, and F like Frank without a number in front of it, 213.
Exhibit 213. What does that show?
It shows the door of classroom 1214, and this is from the hallway looking in.
Okay. And 211.
That is a viewpoint from the teacher's desk looking out toward the hallway. So it'd be from a south viewpoint looking north.
Okay. And stage exhibit 212.
This is another photograph of the classroom.
Okay. And what about, did you examine these laptops?
Yes, there was multiple laptops with damage on them. Some of them had projectile sites, which would be, in a sense, bullet holes. And then also there was others with defects, which would be damage caused by either bullets or fragments of the bullets.
Okay. And okay. And showing you a close-up. States exhibit 210.
That's a closer up photograph of Nikolas Cruz.
Okay. And 209.
And that's a closer up photograph of Helena Ramsey.
Okay. And 207.
That's a photograph of Helena Ramsey.
And 206.
That's a photograph of Nikolas Cruz.
And what's the next classroom that you went into?
1230. It's very possible.
Show you states exhibits 9F, 9E, 9B, 9D, and 9C. And ask you if you can identify these exhibits.
Yes, these are images of classroom 1215.
Okay. And these images truly and accurately depict classroom 1215 as you saw it on February the 14th, 2018.
Yes.
This time around, I'd like to offer these exhibits.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. We object pursuant to DMIL 12 as well as the arguments made during the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Over the defense objection, the exhibits will be received in the following order. 9B, as in boy, will be received as 214. 9C, like Charlie, 215. 9D, as in dog, 216, 216. 9E as in elephant, 217, and 9F like Frank, 218.
Okay, first, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 214, Detective Christian. What's that show?
That is the front door, or the door entering classroom 1215 from the hallway side.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 215.
This is the same door, only I have ballistic trajectory rods in the door. And the reason I do that is it's a forensic tool to help us with firearms. And what that does is it gives us a general idea of which way a bullet is traveling from and to. And so in this particular door, the beveling on the metal tells me that the shots were fired from the outside of the door. And the second skin of metal on the inside tells me that because of this beveling out, that was an exit projectile site. So the rods, when we place them into both holes, it gives us a line of approximately where the firearm was shot and where it was heading.
Okay. Now showing you State's Exhibit 218.
So this is the same door, but from the inside. So you'll see 5 different penetration sites on that metal door. And then just to the left of the door was a penetration site through the wall. And you'll see that with a little yellow rod on that one.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 216.
So these are projectile sites. You'll see a large one here and a smaller one right there.
Okay. And 217. Could you tell us where that is?
Yeah, that's on the wall just to the right of the door.
Wait, let me get rid of this.
So this is a projectile site just to the right of the door, which penetrated through the wall.
Okay. Okay, then I think you said you went into classrooms 12, 13?
Correct.
I want to show you now State's Exhibits 9I and 9J. I'll ask you if you can identify these two.
Yeah, these are classroom 1213.
Okay. And do these two photographs, 9I and 9J, truly and accurately depict the interior of classroom 1213 as existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to offer 9I and 9J.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am. Object pursuant to DMIL 12 as well as arguments made during the hearing. Thank you.
Over the defense objection, 9I will be received as 219, and 9J will be received as 220.
First, I want to show you State's Exhibit 220. And what does that show?
This is classroom 1213, and you'll see the victim on the floor. It's Carmen Shentrup.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 155 that has already been introduced in evidence.
That's also the victim, Carmen Shentrup.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 219.
So that's the location where Carmen Shentrup was found. Her body was removed at that point, and that shows the projectile sites that were near where she was laying on the wall.
Okay. Now I want to show you your schematic. And I want to show you State's Exhibit. And you said you started from the west, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that'd be Q1, right?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 10C. Let's see if you can identify that.
Yes, this is the fire cartridge that was recovered from quadrant 1-1, which would be on the west side.
The next quadrant you found the projectile was 4, right?
Correct.
Q4. Okay. Show you State's Exhibit more 10A.
Yes, this is the fire casing from quadrant 1-4.
And the next quadrant was
1-5.
showing you now State's Exhibit 9Y.
Yes, these are 3 fire cartridges collected from quadrant 1-5.
From quadrant,
1-5.
thank you.
And the next quadrant?
1-6.
How many projectiles did you, casings did you get from?
I collected 30 fire casings from quadrant 1-6.
Showing you State's Exhibit 9B. Yes, ma'am. Show you the 30 casings?
Yes, Dave.
Okay, you collected these?
Yes.
Okay. And the next quadrant?
1-7.
And how many?
I collected 12 fire casings from 1-7.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 9S.
Yes, sir.
You collected those casings? From
Yes, sir.
that Quadrant
1-7.
1-7?
Correct.
And they're 9?
There should be 12.
12. And the next quadrant?
It was 1-8.
And how many casings did you recover from?
20.
I'll show you 9P. See if you can verify that.
Yes. 20 fire cartridges.
Common renewals casing, right?
Yes, casings, cartridges are the same terminology. Be talking about the same piece of evidence.
And what's the next quadrant?
1-9
And how many did you collect from 1-9?
should be 1 at 1-9.
Okay, and one after that?
And then 1-10, there should be 2 in 1-10.
Okay, so first let me show you State Exhibit 9N from quadrant 9.
That's correct.
Okay, you collected this
Yes.
casing. And 9L to compute 10.
And yes, I collected these 2 as well.
Okay. So how many casings did you collect from the first floor hall?
So-
First floor hall?
So I collected a total of 70 fire cartridges from the first floor.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer these exhibits.
Is there any objection?
Just to Rule 401, please.
Okay, states 10, with the defense objection, states 10C, like Charlie, will be received as 221. States 10A for identification will be received as 222. 9Y for identification will be received as 223. 9V, like Victor, 224. 9S, like Sam, 225. 9P, as in Paul, 226. 9N, as in Nancy, 227. And 9L, as in Larry, 228.
And Detective Christian, after you collected certain items, did you swab them?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of swabbing something?
So swabbing, it just helps us to determine if a person had contact with it. So there's a couple ways we can do that. We can either do fingerprints or we can do DNA. So the swabbing is actually going for the DNA portion of it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10K. And what is this?
So this is a swab that was taken from the ski mask.
Okay. And 10H?
This is a swab taken from the magazine.
Which one?
The DK5, I believe this was the 10-round one. I'd have to double check. Let's see. Yeah, the 10-round magazine.
Okay. And 10J?
This is a swab taken from the backpack.
Okay. The gray backpack and all?
Yes.
And 10I?
This is a swab taken from the knife handle that was located inside the backpack.
Okay. And 10G?
And this is a swab taken from the 30-round capacity magazine.
Which one?
The empty one.
Okay. And 10F?
And this is a swab taken from the other 30-round magazine, the one that had live rounds in it.
Okay. I don't have any further questions of Detective Christian.
Okay, defense, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. May I speak to the lawyers briefly on
So the defense has no cross then for this detective?
I think it's going to be a little tough to ask him questions about where you recovered that. Are you sure you got it from there? Are you sure that this was the particular item? Are you sure these are the pictures? His purpose was to, again, introduce the evidence to allow it to be shown to the jurors, for them to consider it. Not much they're going to move off here, especially now if this was a guilt phase, of course they would have had a lot of questions, but this is penalty phase.
And there's no question about that. Looks like they were in a brief sidebar. Let's listen.
Thank you all for your patience,
That'll be it for today.
your time, and your attention here today. We are going to recess for the weekend, and we are going to be back here, or you are going to be reporting back here on Monday at 8:30 so that we can start at 9. I'm reminding you again
During the recess, you must not discuss the case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell the person to stop, leave the person, and report the matter immediately. Thank you all very much. Please leave your notebooks behind. We will secure them. And other than that, I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you.
Let's see if there's any more business that needs to be done here in court. But as far as testimony, that is done for the day. Nikolas Cruz right there. His mask has slipped down under his nose. Once again, didn't say much, didn't say anything. Passed a couple of notes to his attorney.
Not focused on what was going on in front of him. His head was down virtually the entire day while all of this testimony was coming in.
Well, think about what jurors saw today, which we didn't see. The members of the audience in the courtroom did not see, but jurors saw autopsy photos of some of the victims, and then there was a little bit of a zoomed out view with the crime scene photos. Let's listen.
Exhibits that we actually moved into evidence, but we did not publish to the jury, that we're seeking to withdraw. The jury hasn't seen them.
Okay.
Do we have a list?
So they appear to have a couple of pictures that they admitted, but they haven't published, so now they're looking to withdraw these exhibits so that the jury doesn't see them. I'm not quite sure
So
what
these are
photos they are.
Photos that were not yet shown.
Admitted, but not yet shown.
Well, there were those body cam stills from earlier in the day that the jury hadn't been seeing.
Correct.
And the state is asking, they're going to make a motion to withdraw.
The state's moving to withdraw a couple of photos.
I assume you're looking for the numbers?
I think we have the numbers. We'll pull the items and just show them to council. 109, 110.
A little bit of reverb on the audio.
109, 110, 113.
14, 113, 115, 116, 117.
So,
all right, what do your notes show?
My notes are showing me that 116 was the beginning of the autopsy photos from Martin Duque Aquina, and then 14 and 15 were... These appeared to be pictures of Peter Wang. 113 was Joaquin Oliver. 109 and 110 was Meadow Pollock.
These were autopsy photos?
No, this was prior to the doctor. These were photos that were shown to Captain Nicolas Mazet.
Then these might have been the surveillance or the
Oh no,
body
I'm sorry.
camera stills?
This was from Sergeant Richard Vandermees. So these were these stills from his body cam.
Gotcha.
Perhaps that's the reason why they didn't publish them, introduced them, then had second thoughts about introducing them. Might have an impact on their argument about the jury view, or there's some other photos that they wish to introduce instead.
Here, let's see if we can hear.
Again, it's one thing to admit a piece of evidence, and you're entitled to publish it to the jury at whatever point you want.
Publishing it means allowing the jury to see it.
Correct, at whatever point you want. You don't have to do it right then. You can do it down the road.
Okay, right now, not getting audio from the courtroom, so we are going to continue to monitor this. But, David, this has been a day where we haven't seen a whole lot that the state has presented. We've heard about it. We haven't seen it. We've heard the descriptions.
Right.
The jury obviously saw it. The autopsy photographs from the medical examiner, and he went into great detail about the number of times that a victim was shot,
Cause
where,
of death,
cause of death.
you know, the force and power of the rifle and the bullets that were being used and the way they twisted and the velocity shattering bones without even seeing the photos that he was looking at that these jurors were seeing. Gives a huge impact as to just the power behind the gun. And then to close at the end of the day with the bullets themselves, the cartridges that were ejected, the magazines holding this, the backpack that they brought it all in.
And then, of course, the crime scene photos. So you see those autopsy photos, and then you take a step back and you then see these victims, these young people who died, and you see it in context, where they were lying on the floor, what condition they were in when these crime scene investigators went in there. And once again, we could see the parents in the gallery comforting each other, knowing that these jurors are looking at photos of their dead children.
And other just physical evidence that's being shown, and the force of the bullet that went through the laptop, that went through the cell phone. And again, as you mentioned, though, for the parents to have to hear their child's name being announced when they're talking about a photo, but the comfort from the community of parents who are there.
Here we saw Fred Guttenberg. He's been in there just about every day, as well as Max Schachter, who's Alex Schachter's father. The Dwarettes are there. Luke Hoyer's father is there. And so right now we're waiting to see what these attorneys are going to decide about these photographs. Oh, let's listen.
What the state is going to say about withdrawing certain things.
We were just looking at
Some of the others are coming in later, so our records were a little incomplete, but there is one that wasn't shown.
So you're right, though, these are all of the body cams.
Well, we're continuing to listen to this, and you're right. Some of the images may be from the
still shots from the body cams that we
camera.
heard from one of the first officers today. It was, again, interesting. He showed them, they introduced them, and then they never published them. Again, you can publish them to the jurors to show them the evidence that's been admitted whenever you want. You don't have to do it right then. But they didn't, and now they're, for some reason, having second thoughts about having admitted them.
This is the only one we can identify momentarily. It's 117. I think the defense has no objection to this picture being withdrawn. It was not published to the jury.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So what exactly are you doing with this exhibit? You're no longer seeking to have it in evidence?
We're withdrawing it from evidence. So I think for the record keeping, 117 would just be crossed out as been a withdrawn exhibit.
Judge, I've never heard of doing this before. I'm not saying it's not permissible, but if we could table it till Monday, I'll do some research over the weekend and just make sure.
Just for the record, the defense had objected to it. The
Yes.
court allowed it in. The state decided not to publish it to the jury. So the jury has not seen it.
And waiting until Monday? For me to
Of course
enter an
not.
order?
Of course not, Your Honor.
I know the media views sensitive photos after court. However, it has been my procedure that if the jury doesn't get to see it, if it's not published, the media doesn't get to see it until such time as it's published to the jury. So if this wasn't published, it would not be shown to the media today.
Okay. That's fine, Your Honor.
And in fact, since you said there were a number of photos that were not published, if you would set those aside so that we can mark them as not having been published.
We'll do our best. We think we have a list.
I wasn't keeping track of what was published and what wasn't, were you? I can find
So as we know, earlier today, Mike Satz did introduce some images but did not enter them into evidence. And you and I had even discussed that, and the thinking was maybe he would do them all at once at some point during the testimony, but now the state is seeking to have them stricken, at least one of them. And so we don't know why yet.
Right.
But that's what they're discussing right now. And the handful of images that were not published, i.e., the ones that the jury did not see, the judge is now asking, okay, can you show me these so I can mark them so that when the media, and I know Christina Vasquez, who has been there, has been part of these groups who have been able to go and view them, that they're not shown to the public yet. And it sounds like maybe on Monday they'll decide whether or not they strike.
Well, so the argument from the state is we're moving to withdraw it. And the argument from the defense was, well, we want to see whether or not they can be allowed to withdraw it once they've put it in. It's in evidence. What gives them the right to withdraw it from evidence? And the state's response to that was, well, you objected.
You already objected.
You objected. You didn't want them in, so she overruled your objection. So now we're going back to what your objection was. From what I can tell from the notes that I was taking when he was testifying, so this was Sergeant Richard Vandermees, who went to the school, and they talked about his body cam being on, and then he was showing him still photos taken from the body cam.
Right.
And these are the numbers they're talking about, from 108 through about 115 or so. And so these are the photos they're talking about. I'm not sure. And again, we talked about this. They broke for, at first it was a break. Then they came back and they took a break
and
for
said, let's
just go to lunch. And it seemed odd that they didn't publish these photos right after the victim. Now, I know they've done this before when they had a civilian testify, a victim, a teacher, and they didn't want to make them suffer through seeing them again. But this is a police officer, and so
is the thinking that the images, because I don't know this, is the thinking, why would you withdraw an image? This is all part of what happened. It's all part of aggravating factors. Is it that the images maybe perhaps aren't clear? It's not clear what they show, and so that it would sort of sow some confusion?
He identified who was in the images, so that may not be the question. They might be duplicates of other images, or if they're not clear, they have better images that they want to show to the jury. And so at this point, when they'd renew their objection again and they'd say repetitious, cumulative, probative, and they can say, well, we didn't put those photos in.
I see.
These are the photos we want to put in. But it seems kind of odd,
right?
And if that's what was going on, a lot of his testimony really didn't matter because he described what he was seeing, so that's a benefit to the jury. But part of the reason he was describing what he was seeing was because he was looking at the photos from his body cam.
Right.
And if they were going to put his entire footage from the body cam in, he would have been the right officer to put it in through, not because he was wearing it and he was taking it, but because he would satisfy the evidentiary basis, which is, does it accurately reflect what was in the camera at the time that the photos were taken? So a bit of an odd development here, but all in all, this is not something the jury's going to see at the end of the day. When they left on a strong note for the state. They
crime scene photos.
They had just spent an hour or so talking about victims and medical examiner testimony and power of the weapon that was being used, and now bring it around full circle. Here's the backpack.
Right.
Here are the magazines. Here's the ski mask, the knife.
And keep in mind, for our viewers, not photos of the ski mask, not photos of the knife, not photos of these magazines, the actual images that were in plastic. At one point, the detective who was on the scene, this crime scene detective, held up the laptop, and we don't know whose laptop it was, but it was a laptop that was left behind, and there was a hole in it, a bullet hole in it, and you could see that it was bulbous at one end because that's where the powerful bullet went through, and that just is another thing to show how powerful these bullets were. Just another example of the power of these bullets after these jurors saw autopsy photos.
And the number of rounds and casings that were recovered and additional rounds that hadn't even been fired yet, the magazines, just to see the sheer size. We've heard everybody talk about them, but now he held them up and the jurors could see them. And at the end of all of this, what's admitted in evidence, they'll never send the bullets and the gun at the same time back to the jury room. But if they want to see it, they can be brought back out to the courtroom and they can look and hold these things and see these things. And that adds to the presence of the sheer volume of the evidence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, of the aggravating factors and the weight that they should give to these factors.
A strong first week for the state.
Absolutely.
Going through 49 witnesses, law enforcement officers, teachers, survivors, those who were injured. It's definitely been a week for the state, and it's been a week for these jurors to see these incredibly disturbing images. Now they have the weekend to think about it, to not talk to anyone about it, and they'll be back on Monday.
And they're going pretty quickly. And so let's see how much they accomplish in week number 2. Perhaps this is only going to take a month for the state to present their case in chief.
We'll see. Week number 2 begins on Monday, 9 o'clock a.m. Of course, we will be there every step of the way. Hope you have a good weekend, and thank you so much for joining us. We will be back on Monday as week 2 in the sentencing phase continues.